Randall Kaplan's got grand.
Yeah.
So it's really hard.
take your seats. I want to thank you and welcome you back to day 2 of the City Council retreat for Greensboro. We have a full day of great information, insights, and context that will be helpful for you as we provide some guidance for staff for 2025. I want to remind you of our working agreements. Good morning. Remind you of our working agreements and also your guiding statement that you created yesterday as a team. A safe and thriving city to live, work, and play. We strive to make Greensboro a premier destination where people can live, work, and play in a safe, welcoming environment through diverse housing options, vibrant cultural opportunities, and equitable access to resources. We aim to foster a standard of living that attracts residents and businesses alike. As we grow, we're committed to maintaining the city's unique character, ensuring that development enhances our community without compromising safety, inclusivity, or quality of life for all residents. Guiding theme for the work for us today as well. We have a powerhouse panel today for our first discussion around education and workforce that will be moderated by the city manager. I'd like to ask our guests to come up to the front. We have Dr. Anthony Clark, president of GTC. Our very own Danielle Harrison, the director of North Carolina Guilford Works. Eva Ogun, also board chair of Guilford Works. And I'd also like to recognize a special guest in the room. We have from the North Carolina Department of Commerce, Carrie McIntosh, who is the Regional Operations Director of the Piedmont Triad Central Division. Thank you for being here.
So good morning, Mayor and Council, and thank you again for the opportunity. And thank you. I want to take a quick moment to say thank you for yesterday. Thank you for the rich conversation and the rich engagement, and I'm looking forward to more today. I'm not speaking to anybody specifically, Zach. But thank you very much. This is what it's about, and I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the staff that really made all of this work, all the folks behind the scenes to put all of this information together for you. And my hope is that today what you will see is a culmination of what you all have been working on and how we are responding to what you've been working on. So with no further ado this morning, I wanted to kick it off, and I'm really excited. I was telling our guests this morning that a great bit of the conversation yesterday really teed them up for the work that they're doing in our community and for the people that are here. So I'm going to give a quick moment for each of our panelists to tell you who they are and just a little bit about themselves. I'm going to start with our very own Dr. Danielle Harrison first. Many of you know her and you've heard on several occasions, but Dr. Harrison, if you could just take a quick moment to just talk a little bit about what you're doing and who you are.
All right, good morning, and thank you, Mr. Manager, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Glad to be here. You can't hear me?
So the mics are just for GGN. Just you got to project out.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me now? Yes. All right. I'm Danielle Harrison, and thank you, Mr. Manager, Madam Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem for allowing me to be here with you all this morning. I am the Executive Director of the Guilford Works Workforce Development Board. We are one of 20 workforce development boards across the state of North Carolina. Many of you know that we are federally funded primarily, but we have done an excellent job with diversifying our workforce as well as our resources here locally as well as regionally. And here with me today, I also have Mr. Brian Moss. He is our second vice chair. He's sitting in the back. And of course, Mr. Manager, he introduced Karen McIntosh, and she also sits on our executive committee of the Workforce Board. And here we have Dr. Jason Caldwell, our vice chair, who will do his introductions. But glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jason Caldwell, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Vice Chair for the Guilford Works Board. Professionally, I have had the wonderful opportunity to work in various capacities around Guilford County through my consulting work with Ubuntu Consulting, where I've done some work around workforce development, economic development, when we were working on the Build Back Better initiative, working with our city, working with Zach there and some others, our community foundation around how we can create better access in terms of post-secondary degree attainment for residents within Guilford County. And I currently teach at North Carolina A&T in the College of Business and Economic and serve in an interim capacity as the Assistant Dean of Student Success, where I'm really working to leverage more local workforce engagement in terms of creating career pathways for students here in Guilford County so we can help create opportunities for them to stay. And so I'm thrilled to be here to continue the conversation around workforce. I've had the extreme pleasure of working with Guilford Tech over the years, with Dr. Manuel Dudley in various capacities. So thank you all for the invitation. Mr. Manager, the Mayor, City Council, thank you all for allowing us to be here today.
Thank you. And my name's Tony Clark. I'm honored to serve as the 8th president at Guilford Technical Community College, and I'd also like to thank everyone for the invitation to come. This is the first time I've been invited to a City of Greensboro retreat, so it's very exciting. I'm glad to be here. Just a little bit about, I guess, myself is I did serve in the Army for a while, and I do have some industry experience. I worked as a production supervisor and production engineer for General Mills in a cereal plant for about 3.5 years. So have some industry experience, but I started in community colleges, and I've been in North Carolina about 14 years now, and been at GTC just over 6 years. So we are state funded, we are county funded, we are federally funded, and we are grant funded. So we'll take money just about wherever it comes from. And we work hard to try to support all the constituents, all our stakeholders in Guilford County, and by extension the Triad. And we're very excited to be here and share what we're doing and answer your questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clark, and thank you to all of you panelists. So we'll jump right in. So yesterday we heard a lot about where we've been, what this community has accomplished. We had an economic development session where we heard about some of the larger corporations and industries that are coming here to our community. We also learned about some of the needs that we have. So my first question to each of you panelists, and Dr. Clark, I'll start with you. What do you see as some of the challenges as it relates to the growth that's happening in our area?
Oh, okay. So, well, it's great to have the challenge of growth in the area. So that's a good thing, because I've been in counties where that's not the challenge. So first, that's really a good thing. From our perspective, the community college perspective, it's really about getting the word out about the opportunities and getting people trained for those opportunities. And sometimes people think, employers think we had this great opportunity, people just rush to us, and that's not the case. You still have to get out there and educate, whether it's an adult learner, whether it's a parent, whether it's a student, about what the opportunity is and how they can take advantage of it. Internally, we're working hard on our facilities to make sure we can keep up with what's needed to train the workforce. We work hard to try to keep our faculty. As you might imagine, as new companies come in, the companies hire people, and a lot of times they're the same people we need to teach. So that also creates a bit of a challenge. But Yeah, it's really partnering with different organizations to make sure people know the opportunities and then creating the pathways or the pipeline so that we can get people trained up for those opportunities. And those two sentences are really big, all right? But that's
So pathways and pipelines.
What's that?
Pathways and pipelines.
Yes, if you look at the handout I gave you, our mission is people, pathways, partnerships. So we focus on, and so the two of the P's or pathways is that basically helping students identify their pathway to their career and then helping them get to that career. And partnerships is all about partnerships with employers, government entities, K through 12 schools, and universities. So,
Thank you. Dr. Caldwell.
Yeah, so I think to expand on what Dr. Clark has shared, I think when we look at it from what Guilford Works is doing, particularly from a board perspective, we're really looking to figure out how can we continue to strengthen, as Dr. Clark said, those pathways and pipelines. And so the different initiatives that are various initiatives being implemented, whether it is career short-term certifications, working with GTCC, got to remember not to add extra C's to it, in terms of those skilled trades and looking at what are those opportunities, particularly when we look at sort of the big industry cluster areas right now, whether it's healthcare, whether it is advanced manufacturing, whether it is aviation, aeronautics, whether it is construction, manufacturing, and as a board, helping to support the work that is taking place within the centers in terms of attracting people to come, to utilize the services so that they can get access. And I think one of the big things that we're looking at is, while we're trying to create these pathways and pipelines and opportunities, is allowing our residents to know that there are opportunities that might not cost you if you qualify or meet certain eligibility. And so I think our centers have been doing a phenomenal job of ensuring that the residents that come in have access to these opportunities and they're able to better utilize them so that they can go and get their certifications and their credentials. And we're creating pipelines and opportunities for them, especially when we have more openings within the city based on whether it's closure or new opportunities, whether it's Toyota and the battery plant or other opportunities. And I think the Workforce Board has been very helpful in supporting the work that Dr. Harrison has been doing on a more ground, sort of the grassroots level within the centers.
Thank you, Drs. Caldwell and Clark. And Mr. Manager, I guess it's my turn, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll say what they said, but also I'll add, Dr. Caldwell, you mentioned access. And so I would say making sure that individuals have the access. And so what we also do as a workforce development board is connect people to resources as well as eliminating barriers. And so having access to transportation, having access to our career centers, or just to get to the education and or training institutions is very important. And so that would be a challenge, is making sure that everyone has that access, making sure that we are creating those equitable opportunities. And in regard to the pathways and pipelines, I do think we have improved significantly as a workforce system because we do have several projects with GTCC currently, and as well as other education institutions. But I just want to highlight the access component is very important, as well as other barriers that individuals may have, in helping to make sure that those barriers are eliminated.
Thank you. Again, one of the things that we heard yesterday also was there is somewhat an alarming indication from data regarding a wealth gap, and that is largely based on race. There is a glaring difference between the median income in the African American community versus the white community, and so that is a major concern for our council members and quite naturally our staff as a city. So what things, and I'll start with you, Dr. Harrison, what are some things that you see that can, or that you have access to, that we can educate folks about in our community that we can help close that gap?
Sure, and so I started off talking about how we are primarily funded through the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, but we have diversified our funding streams by 56% in the last couple of years. And so by us doing that and having grants such as the Golden Leaf, last year we were awarded $384,000 from Golden Leaf, and so that particular grant allows us to have that partnership with Dr. Clark and Dr. Manuel Dudley to provide opportunities for Guilford County Schools parents to obtain credentials in advanced manufacturing. And so that is how we are tackling the wealth gap. Mr. Manager is creating talent pipelines, not just for the students, but the parents. And by us doing both, we are improving that household, and by improving that household, we are making an impact in the community.
Dr. Harrison, I will say, and this is kind of a little bit of inside baseball, that was one of my favorite updates that you gave me. Can you draw that out just a little bit more? Because I know, culturally there are concerns, oftentimes you will help maybe a student or a young person, but there's a need to go into the home to help the whole family unit. Can you draw that out a little bit more? I just remember having, you giving me an update and that being a really exciting thing that you were thinking about.
Sure. So the Golden Leaf Project, the Dual Generation Workforce Initiative, that's what it's called. It started a couple of years ago by Guilford County Schools, and so now we are in the second phase. And so because we already partner with Guilford County Schools through our Next Gen program, and we create opportunities for both in-school and out-of-school youth, we also understood that by us engaging and interacting with the youth, that sometimes the parents need some additional resources and connections to training and employment opportunities, particularly because of the COVID-19 pandemic, right? We all know that there was a digital divide, and so that is how we were able to station our Mobile Career Center out into the community, and hopefully I'll get to talk about that a little bit later as well. But this dual generation workforce initiative allows us to not only continue that relationship with the students within Guilford County Schools, but it also helps us bring those resources to the parents through these other funding streams that we have acquired recently, and then also impact that household by making sure that we have connected and touched all those lives. And so the hopes are is that, as Dr. Clark just mentioned, is that information exchange, that student, that parent, and whomever else is in that household can have that conversation, that information exchange, and that way they can help and provide another person or another household information about what we're doing in the community.
Thank you very much. Dr. Caldwell, I will ask you, I know you just talked a little bit about a few initiatives that are happening. How do you see, or what initiatives do you see are important for our community as, not only as we keep pace with growth, but just advancing communities that might not have had access historically?
So I think that's a great question, and I'll follow up in this regard. So I was doing some preliminary research and looking at the My Future NC dashboard as they were talking about sort of degree attainment, and there was a stat on there that talked about 48% of adults in Guilford County had earned a family sustaining wage. And so if we're looking at, that's less than 50% of the population and how we can continue to leverage that. I think what Dr. Harrison talked about, when we go back and figure out how we can really engage families and start developing early, I immediately start to think about our Next Gen program that we have and its impact and the opportunities for scholarship, and again, using that word access for individuals to have. And what does that look like? So, one of the things, some of the initiatives we're looking at, like the Next Gen, the Golden Leaf Fund, advanced manufacturing, craft skills for construction, entrepreneurship, healthcare. If we continue to leverage that and leverage the partnership with our community college and creating those pipeline opportunities, that helps create, one, more access for families to create better livable wage, sustaining jobs and careers. And it helps us to keep the pipeline open so that we're targeting younger students so that we can turn it so it creates a generational sort of mentality. So now, if we continue to just leverage our adult workers and trying to do it that way and getting them access to the opportunities, that's only going to move the needle but so much. Mm-hmm. But if we really leverage our starting as early as 7th and 8th grade and creating opportunities and leveraging our programs through our Next Gen and getting them access to our advanced manufacturing programs, our aviation, and utilizing the funds and resources through Golden Leaf and other opportunities that we have available and creating these career pathways, I think that helps to address the question and some of the programs that we're looking at. Toyota has been working with Smith High School in terms of creating the Signature Academy of Advanced Manufacturing and Engineering. Build the Bridge, Advanced Manufacturing and STEM, an all-girl middle school competition for students in Guilford and Randolph counties. These type of initiatives are the things that help create opportunities that we can scale so that our students are seeing that there are career opportunities that might or might not necessarily need a 4-year degree. As someone who works at a 4-year institution, I'm a firm advocate of post-secondary credential. And so making sure that our students see the value in a post-secondary credential and having these pipeline opportunities such as the Signature Academy and working with Build the Bridge, those are the initiatives that we're going to see be able to help scale and grow our community and help change the dynamic and increase the number of families in Guilford County that have higher livable sustaining wages.
I have to stop and ask you. You mentioned something about the push for post-secondary education or credentials, but I do know, quite naturally, everyone might not have access to that. But just so we have an understanding, and this may be a little anecdotal, but is there, when you look at the job market, when you look at opportunities that are out there, do you see that there is an emerging need for post-secondary credentials for some of the jobs and career opportunities?
Oh, 100%. The Georgetown Center for Continuing Education and Workforce released a report last year that it used to be by 2020, more than 60% of all jobs were going to require some sort of post-secondary credential. Well, that number has changed to 2030, and the number's about the same, and it's still suggesting that you need some sort of post-secondary credential, whether it's a certificate, an associate's degree, a baccalaureate degree, now even a master's degree, depending on the industry. So there is definitely a need, and what we're seeing in terms of degree attainment and its alignment with the workforce is that a lot of companies are not just looking for a degree, they're looking for training and certifications that go along with it. So how can they get the skills, not just soft skills, but some additional skills? How can they get skills on data analytics? How can they get skills on leadership and management? Are there trainings and certifications? All of which, I think are available at a plethora of our institutions, more so at our community college, and our students have access to it as early as high school through College and Career Promise. And so being able to access those kind of opportunities are the leverage points that Guilford County can really use. We have more than 7 institutions, and we have one of the largest community colleges in the system right here in our backyard. How are we making sure that our students have access and opportunity to use that? And if they're using the Next Gen program and the career centers through Guilford Works, they are given that information so that they can access it and then utilize it.
Dr. Clark, I make over you a lot in this community because, both professionally, I feel like, your organization provides a direct opportunity to what they're talking about. Also, personally, I want to thank you because my daughter graduated high school with an associate's degree, much what Dr. Caldwell just alluded to. But can you talk to us a little bit about, or maybe a lot about, the programs that you're offering and then how you have really intentionally captured the moment with some of the larger organizations that are coming to our community?
Sure. I do want to point out, we appreciate that. We are the 3rd largest community college in the state. We served over 30,000 students last year. Most people don't appreciate the breadth of that. But I do want to go to the first question about the inequality in education and socioeconomic differences between the races. We did analysis of our students, and we discovered that there's definitely an achievement gap between our white and Asian students and our Black and Hispanic students. So we recognize that. And so as part of our reaccreditation, we're taking a 5-year plan to go ahead and address that. Now, hopefully we'll have impacts before 5 years, all right? But the interesting thing about the data is that if we looked at students that completed 12 credit hours in their first 2 years, so that's just one course a semester, if you will, the achievement gap went away. Everyone went up, and everyone was about at the same level, within 1 or 2 percentage points. So we're really focused on, when we get a student, how can we make sure that they know that they're welcome, they belong, we want them to be successful, and we're working with them to make sure they are successful. So we're going through a whole, I'll say culture change, but at least a strategic look at how we treat our students, how we make sure we engage with our students. Because if we can get them in and get them successful in their first couple classes, regardless of race, they will be successful. So I just want to throw that out there as it's something we recognize and something we do take seriously and are working on. As far as the companies, of course, Toyota is here. We have, and once again, on page 1 of the handout I gave you, there's something about Toyota FAME, which is the Federation of Manufacturing Education. It is a chapter that basically when Toyota comes and opens a new plant, FAME, which is a separate entity, comes in and starts an apprenticeship type program where the students work for the FAME partner, the employer, and go to school. When the FAME chapter starts, it's mostly Toyota, all right? But right now we have 8 different companies that are part of the FAME chapter. As you see there, we started the program in 2023 with 17 participants. So we're going to be graduating 13 advanced manufacturing technicians who are already working at Toyota, but they will go full-time and work at Toyota. You see our second cohort has 27 students, and our third cohort, they keep going up, which is great. We're looking at 40 to 50 students. So these are students that, once again, Toyota is probably about half of the people there, but we also have other companies, Procter & Gamble, other companies like that that are involved too. So that's how we're working with Toyota. I would tip my hat to Guilford Works. They really did the yeoman's effort on getting all the production workers. We're working with the advanced manufacturing technicians. The other thing with aviation, of course, you hear about Boom Supersonic. They had a successful test of their test airplane. We are keeping in close contact with them. They really haven't started any training yet, though. All right, but we're keeping. But you see at the bottom of page 1, Marshall Aerospace or Marshall USA. That's a company that has come. They've already built their facility, and we actually did training with them to start their startup. So we actually trained their, I think it was 5 or 6 maintenance supervisors. They went through a training class with us, And we're now getting feedback. We're going to change that class based upon that feedback, and then we'll be prepared to train up to 250 employees that they're going to be starting very soon. So Boom's out there, and they're doing things, but we have other companies coming, and we're working hard with those companies. The other thing, as far as, I do want to point out, as far as reaching out to other populations, on the top of page 2, it's a partnership with HACO, which is a maintenance repair operation at the airport. They need employees. And they get challenged sometimes because they train the employees and then other companies come and take them. And so they always need employees. But we met with them. We said, there's a whole population of students that are in ESOL classes, English for Speakers of Other Languages, that we have a program, and I'm not going to do all the acronyms, but basically it's a program where the students in ESOL courses also take a technical course. So they learn the technical skill while they're improving their English skills. So we talked to HACO about that, and they said, that sounds great. We will host a class at our facility. And so we had our ESOL students going to HACO, taking a class, so they're improving their English skills while they're also learning their technical skills. And they hired 3 of those students this past class, and we have another 8 students in the class now. So just small things that we're doing to try to reach out to different populations that might not have had that opportunity. But since we talked to that company, we're able to put that together. We're very excited about that. So now that I've rambled a bit, I'm not quite sure if I answered your question.
No, you did answer. And I'm very sure, I'm looking at the council members, and I see them scouring through. I do want to stop my conversation for a moment and give our council members an opportunity to ask questions to what I feel like is a very rich panel. So any questions from council?
Zach, then Tammy, then Mary Kay, then Sharon.
On the dual program you were talking about, how many folks are in that program, and how are they identified?
Right, so I can tell you right now, I have who we have at GTCC presently. We have 20 individuals that we've sponsored. They're presently enrolled. Last semester, or last year, we funded 15 through this initiative, but those folks are in the construction, aviation, and healthcare programs.
15 in 3 different programs.
15 last year, 20 presently.
Okay. How are they identified?
So the Dual Generation Workforce Initiative, they are the parents of Guilford County School students. So if their student is enrolled in a Title I school, which is a school that pretty much, has students who may have some income disparities, and they just need additional access to resources. So we target those populations in those schools. And so if the individual, if they are not receiving WIOA, then we will say, hey, we have some funding for you through this particular grant. And so we also have another grant also, which is through Kathy Manning. And so we're using those funds through another initiative called Connect Ed. And so Golden Leaf is specifically for advanced manufacturing. Connect Ed is all other industry sectors. And so we are just leveraging the resources that we have and connecting individuals to GTCC and other training providers based on the funding and also the need.
Are we concerned about any of that funding?
Are we concerned as far as not having enough, or?
Not keeping it.
No. We're expending it.
You already had.
Good.
Oh, yes, we got the Golden Leaf last year, the 384 through Golden Leaf, and then the Kathy Manning, we got that the year before last, and we're using that to fund our second mobile career center. We're adding a CDL simulator, and then also training and employment resources.
So you've mentioned Kathy Manning 2 or 3 times.
I just mentioned it just now, so that was once.
It was twice, because even she's in my area.
I just wanted to say, is that federal money?
That's federal dollars.
Yes, it is.
That came through her office when she was our congressperson.
Correct.
So are we working our new Congress people?
They just started last month. However, we are open to connecting with them. But presently, we have the three additional resources that we have in addition to the WIOA. But if you would like to connect us to them, that'll be great as well.
Okay, Trey and I are trying to schedule a meeting with our three new Fox Hudson and next month with Holland and Knight.
Is that what you may be alluding to? Is that a recurring funding stream for that particular program? And as we all know, a few weeks ago, or maybe a week or two ago, we all wondered, what type of funding would continue. And Dr. Harrison was very much engaged in that conversation. But moving forward, we will definitely make sure that we're engaging our existing folks.
Well, and I'll shut up after this, but the chamber just put out, I saw a draft of their legislative agenda.
Okay.
And I know workforce had some funding requests in it. So I just would recommend maybe reaching out to Brent Christensen or John Hardister is on that committee. And so I don't know where that sits, but I would connect with John back there and see if you could get a slot on their legislative agenda as well as potentially ours.
Yes.
That would be great.
I think Tammy?
Can you all talk a little bit about the opportunities that, whether it be the parents program or other things, people that are working full-time now, and maybe even working two jobs, and how you work with them to be able to have the time to take classes and get some of these opportunities where, they can't stop working. They still need to work full time. How are they addressed and their needs addressed?
So I'll just start off by saying that GTCC, they have day and evening classes as well as some weekends. And I say that as a former employee, and also I received an associate's degree when I began my career. But we also work with other eligible training providers, and so they could range from private training providers such as LORAC, which is a trucking institution, and so they have different hours of operation, as well as the other education institutions as well here locally. And so our participants, they're able to select a training provider from that list that we have here locally, but also there is a regional list through the NC Works system in Raleigh, and so they have access to an array of training providers, and so that's how we are able to make sure that they can attend a course or a program because we offer other options or a lot of options for the participants. So I don't know if you all have.
Dr. Clark, can you talk about the different options that potential students might have?
Sure. So I'd like to point out 2/3 of our students are part-time. So most of our students are not full-time students. 2/3 are part-time students. We have, of course, day classes. We have evening classes. We have weekend classes. A great example of that is our CDL program at the Greensboro campus on Wendover Avenue. We offer a weekday class that runs for 8 weeks, or a weekend class that runs for 16 weeks. That goes Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The weekend class is still attracting students. The weekday class is a little less. So actually, in that case, the fact that we're operating on the weekend allows us to actually have a stronger program. But I'll tell you, when there's inclement weather, and I think to myself, it's a Sunday, surely we don't have anything going. We always have something going on. So I always have to make the weather call. I never get a day off from that. But that's because we have classes all the time, every day of the week. Of course, our online classes are available. We have over 7,000 students taking online classes. Now, about I'll say maybe 1,500 of those are high school students, but still, that's also an option, though, for classes. The other thing that we're doing is a big effort in fall 2025. So this fall, we are moving to 8-week sessions. So instead of a 16-week class, you'll take an 8-week class. We're moving 85% of our classes to 8-week sessions. So we had 900 different classes that our faculty and our staff have, primarily our faculty, moved from teaching 16 weeks to 8 weeks. A huge effort, and we're continuing to work on that. So, but the whole idea there was to be more flexible for our students. Because I would sit at home and I'd hear the commercials about start today, and I was thinking, why can't we say start today, right? So now when a student shows up in October, we don't have to say, well, you got to come back in January to sign up. We'll have a start in October. If they come in September, we'll have a start in October for 85% of our classes. And that was all about flexibility for our students. And we realized that. We realize we're in a competitive environment. Our students have a lot of choices. We want to be their choice. So we're trying to be as flexible as possible. So that's something that we're also doing. The other thing, we have the Access Amazing Scholarship. Our motto is make amazing happen. So this is Access Amazing. And what that is, a free college scholarship for any graduate of a high school in Guilford County. Any high school in Guilford County, you can come and get free college, which is tuition and fees. It does not cover books, all right? We've been doing that. We're in our third year, and I've been asked about $500. I think the first year you had to pay $500 before we paid, but we got rid of that. Okay, so now it is free.
Can you say that again?
What's that?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, the first year was $500, but now it's free. You don't have to pay any money. The free college.
From my comments yesterday. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, free, you can't beat free.
Well, that is true, but we are sort of running out of money, so we're capping it at $500,000. But the other thing we did, and the reason I bring it up as far as adult learners, is we went back 5 years. So if you graduated from high school in Guilford County in the past 5 years, you can come to GTC and get the Access Amazing Scholarship. All right, so we were trying to get a little bit into the adult learners. So we had students from 2020 who graduated from Guilford County schools or maybe a private school in 2020 that can get the Access Amazing Scholarship. And now that I've said this here, we'll probably run out of money even more quickly. But it's a risk that we'll have to take. But that's the other thing that we do. And lastly, we do have a thing called a Titan Link. And what that is, it's a help students with non-academic issues. Most students at community college do not drop out because of academics. They drop out because of challenges outside the classroom. And when I visit classes, what I tell them is, I say, we want you to be here, we want you to be successful. Let us know when you have a problem. We might not be able to solve everything, but give us a chance, all right? And so we link them to Titan Link. And the last thing I'll say, we also have we just started a student assistance program. We have an employee assistance program. The employees come in when they need help, with, just a counselor, mental health, that sort of thing. Well, we also do that for students, and we just renamed it Titan Help or something. I don't know. It's a really cool name, but it's a student assistance program, and it's free for all students. So if a student is at GTCC, they're running into situations, they need to talk to somebody, they can go ahead and call that number, and the vendor is there 24/7 for our students, and that's our adult learners as well as our regular students. So.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Mary Kay?
Yes, so yesterday several things were mentioned about the youth in our community and how we reach the youth. Mrs. Hightower even mentioned yesterday we've got a new elementary school that pretty much emphasizes the whole curriculum on robotics and gaming and all of the things that they would need. So how can we reach the younger students? Because I hear high school and sometimes middle school, but it really needs to start in elementary school. And what I've seen in some elementary schools is the students are really, really interested in the mechanical and the robotics and the aviation and all of those things. How can we reach them? And also, is there any kind of outreach to our recreation centers or community groups to let them know? And another part of that question is, I see a lot of elementary students who translate for their parents. And I'm not sure how, even middle and high school students, I'm not sure how they can be reached. So that's a pretty complicated question, sorry.
I was going to turn to Dr. Harrison.
I believe,
great work
Mayor
there.
Pro Tem, that is a really, really great question. I will say as a workforce board, we focus on primarily the out-of-school youth because we do not want to pull individuals out of school into jobs. However, I do agree wholeheartedly that we do need to have additional focus on those students who are in elementary school and middle school. And so I would say the advantage of being a workforce board is that we are 51% private as far as having businesses or business owners or leaders within the business industry on our board. And so I believe that there could be opportunities, such as what Dr. Caldwell mentioned with Toyota, with the all-girls STEM middle school, right, that academy. I think if we connect with our employers and talk about opportunities such as that one, and having additional opportunities for the other middle grades and elementary school students, then maybe perhaps we can address that concern. But I do believe that it would take that employer component and using that Toyota model as an example.
And can I just add to that? I think to add and strengthen that, also with the workforce board, so we have created subcommittees. So myself, Dr. Manuel Dudley at GTCC, we co-chair our Business Education and Intelligence Committee. This is a conversation that we very much could bring back to that committee because it does have representatives from multiple sectors. Brian, I think, co-chairs our Emerging Workforce Committee. And so, again, that's a conversation that we could definitely have within those committee sectors, committee groups, to figure out what are some additional ways that we can leverage it from a workforce board to help strengthen those opportunities and use those businesses that are represented so that we can help figure out, are there ways within Guilford Works that we can create some of these programs that you're alluding to, or are there ways that we can scale things like what we're doing with Toyota and other places to help build out robotics, aviation, other opportunities, and pull back to elementary through K-12. So,
and not to interrupt, but there used to be
Career families, like the father would be in it, then the son would go into the same career, and then would move on up. The whole family was in Toyota or ACO or things like that. So curious about that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Hunt.
So, good morning. Thank you all for being here. We had a very robust conversation yesterday about what we thought was two of the issues that keep people from being able to have some post-secondary credentials, whether it's a degree or a certification. One of them is transportation. You find that to be a barrier, and if so, how are we identifying it? And the reason I'm kind of concerned about that is because you have a campus in East Greensboro, but you don't offer everything in East Greensboro. You got to go out and travel. How do we eradicate that barrier for someone who would be interested? I have a two-part question, but I want you to first answer that question.
Everyone looking at me. All right. So, good question. I think a couple things come to mind. We do serve on PART. Is it PART?
Yes.
Yeah, PART. I got the right one. Okay. PART's University and College Transportation Subcommittee. And so we are working with them on how to create more linkages between Greensboro's bus system and PART, like getting someone from East Greensboro out to our Cameron campus to take aviation training, something like that. So that is something that we are working on. I think right now we do have, and right now we do have an agreement with PART that someone can go to the Greensboro Center for Transportation and get out to our Cameron campus. All right, they can do that. But there's more to be done. Also, working with, this always comes out when we talk with Guilford County Schools about how we can get students to different areas and different programs so they can take advantage of that. I know they're in conversation with the city about how to address some transportation things, which would really be great. So it is a challenge. It's something that we continually work on, and and we'll partner with anyone who wants to partner with us to try to come up with solutions.
Well,
I can give you a quick update on that one.
Okay, well, the one who's on the park board and Mary Kay,
Chair.
the park chair.
Okay.
We just both looked at each other like we never heard of it.
I'll take it back to you.
Oh, really?
So, right, and I'm the GTA liaison to the city transit.
Okay. Well, I can
So-
send you the meeting notice.
Yeah.
Okay.
please,
I mean,
yeah,
it is a real thing.
And I'm sure, but
Oh, interesting.
I think
Okay.
that speaks to a greater issue, which is communication.
I'm thinking that may be
Is that-
an internal committee that you have?
Right.
No, it's run by someone at Part. I'll send you the information.
Now, that could be one of the van pool meetings or something. That could be something we're not as involved in, but we'll check.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
We'll do some follow-up.
We need to find
Hey, okay.
more, Dr. Clark, if you will. I mean, if you want to interject, that's fine. Because my second part of it is, the other conversation was related to the other barrier is sometimes daycare. And I know that I've had conversations years ago with someone who talked about why it was hard to fill customer service jobs, because young moms, single moms, they don't have daycare, can't get this. After about 2 or 3 days, they lose that job because they can't teach. How do we make sure, because there are a lot of young moms out there that are in this pipeline, we need to get them on the track to just have a credential, get a CNA or whatever that is. They, how do we address that? How do we talk to jobs about, hey, we need to make sure that daycare, don't cause higher unemployment.
Right. Well, I mean, I think a great example is Toyota. I've been told that they're going to have 24/7 daycare or something like that, daycare on their campus, right, with their new facility. So I think many employers are looking at that as saying, it is a barrier for our employees. We want good employees. What can we do? At the college, we are also we are in conversations about how we can do some daycare at the college also. So it is a big problem. I think it's a big challenge, and I think it's something that employers are aware of. But I don't want to speak to them as far as how they're going to go ahead and try to address that.
Yeah, I think that's something that we really need to focus in on. I don't know what Danielle and that, but how do we start that conversation with companies? We're all excited when the companies come, because we're expecting them to have an economic impact. And quite honestly, the ones that need the greatest impact don't feel that benefit. I represent impact zones. And in impact zones, you have the highest unemployment, the lowest wages there are. And Dr. Harrison, I've had this conversation about we really need to hone in on East Greensboro, how we get to these better paying jobs to improve their social and economic status of life. Transportation is a problem, daycare is a problem also. But I think part of the other problem is people don't know what you offer, because the things you're telling us about here today that I've heard of, I think that's a huge issue too, communication. And maybe you're in the school system, but what about that one that's outside the school system? So I think there needs to be a whole comprehensive approach to helping change people's status of life.
Well, if I may, I would point to page 4 of the handout I gave you on the bottom, and this is just an example. I'm not saying, I'm just throwing this as something that we were able to do with a partner in High Point, the Southwest Renewal Foundation. Our High Point campus is next to 2 opportunity zones, a high poverty rate. There's a lot of development on North Main Street in High Point, but not on South Main Street where our campus is. So we thought, well, we have a campus, what are we going to do? And so what we thought was, we can bring jobs training to the area. We not have to bring jobs, we can bring jobs training. So we partnered with the Southwest Renewal Foundation, High Point. They were awarded an $8.5 million grant through the Environmental Protection Agency. We got $5.3 million, and we have an old warehouse on our campus, and we are renovating that for $4.4 million for a skilled trade center, for construction trades, HVAC, and then 2 other programs to be named. The idea is not to tell the people in that neighborhood that you have to go into construction trades or go into HVAC. We have associate degrees in all kinds of things at our High Point campus. But the idea is to bring jobs training to the neighborhood. So a lot of people, and part of that grant was also to get 2 electric-powered vans so we can maybe provide transportation to the people in that neighborhood to come to our campus and take the training. So that's just an example how we're trying to partner and find different solutions to what you just mentioned as far as transportation by putting the training as close to the people as possible. Now, once again, this was a unique situation. We have a campus right next to these neighborhoods, and we were able to have, hey, we had a building, we could go ahead and renovate. So, but that's the idea is how can we connect better with the actual people in the areas that need the jobs training.
And your TTC East Campus is dead in the heart of the impact.
Yes.
And an opportunity.
Yeah.
So where are those opportunities there as well? I know people want to drive trucks because everybody drives a truck now to pay a lot of money. But it's sustainable all of them.
Well, on page 2, it lists all the programs that are available on the Greensboro campus, and there are a lot of them. Not every program, but it does list the programs that are there. We served 6,254 students in 2024 at the Greensboro campus. So it's a pretty vital campus, a lot going on there, but there can be more done to connect with the communities, and we can definitely work on doing that.
And Councilwoman Hightower, to answer your question, Guilford Works, we increased our supportive services payments through the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. And so it was $1,000 that we would pay or fund an individual who was in training. And so we increased it to $3,000. And so, again, of course, we know child care is expensive, but that is something that we do offer for individuals. Also, our individual training accounts, they were $4,500 per participant, and we increased that to $10,000. And so the hopes were that it would lead to an individual being able to complete their program of study, fully funded, fully paid. So hopefully between those 2 additional increases to our current policies, that it will help relieve some of those barriers. So that's what we are doing. And then also, about our mobile career center, we average about 100 events per year out in the community. That access component that we've been talking about has been something that we have been emphasizing. We're about to add a second mobile career center, hopefully within the next month or 2. And so between those, we'll be able to expand our outreach into the community. And those mobile career centers, they do have Wi-Fi connectivity, so those who are in the vicinity can connect using our devices and or theirs, and participate in training, educational courses, and we also offer workshops on that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the mobile career center because I've called them multiple times to come out, whether it's church or wherever it is, and nobody knows about it. Tell them about it, then they're all excited, which is great. So that speaks to our education part. So what's your follow-ups to them? Like, you get them there, but do you follow up with them to see, okay, did you make a connection for a job? How beneficial was this for you?
So yes, and so there is follow-up. So we treat our mobile career center like it is an actual career center. So we expect individuals to enroll into NC Works Online. We use a system called Voss Greeter, and so that tracks who enters our mobile career center. So we have on our current one 10 computers. We average each year serving 1,000 people on that mobile career center. So last year alone, we employed 6,000 plus individuals within our community. So there is follow-up, and that, of course, is through all of our activities and events. But we want to make sure that individuals are connected to our career advisors, and those career advisors, they provide intense case management to help an individual matriculate through that program, whether they're adults and a dislocated worker or a young adult.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. I see people moving around, so we're going to approach a break in just a moment. We got time for one more question.
I just want to make a comment that I've seen. I think several of us have seen the Guilford Works mobile unit, and it's amazing. I just wanted to say, and I've seen it out at quite a few community events. So I think it's something great that the neighborhoods and people in the area can go and kind of touch and see what Guilford Works is all about.
And that does go to High Point too, because High Point's part of the workforce board, and they are very involved in this discussion as well.
And I would say that I agree with Mary Kay's comment earlier about going earlier in the cycle, especially now in the microwave society that we're in. Folks are getting much more information earlier. They're very impressionable. It'd be a cool place to look forward to before they have an opportunity to get there. You also talked about access at NextGen and others, and your mobile unit. Have you ever partnered with other organizations that have similar mobile units and maybe kind of create a campus community type of career event center?
So,
opportunities, not center, but opportunities. Mobile.
So yes, we have connected with other organizations that may host a community resource type of event. So we average about 100 a year that we connect with, or we may host ourselves. And so the answer to that is yes. But could we do more? Absolutely.
I know that Goodwill just started one just last week. It may be Goodwill, and you all could partner, maybe bring in some others, and just have a wide-ranging way to break down those barriers and increase the access.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for the questions, and to our panelists, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here today. Thank you for your time. So we're going to take a quick break, and next up will be City Attorney Watts to talk about some legislative items or legislative update. Let's take about a 5-minute break.
Absolutely.
We will continue the retreat now with City Attorney Chuck Watts and our consultant Denise Turner-Roth. Thank you.
I think you're back here because of me.
And that works. I get to sit down because my partner in crime here gets to sit down. And I guess I have to say that you all already know who I am, so you don't have to look at that old picture, which is pre-pandemic and maybe 20 pounds heavier. But anyway. So today we want to just briefly overview the sort of legislative update and forecast. As all the council people are aware, we had a few small group meetings and discussed the state legislative agenda as we try to develop that. And of course, we used our consultants, lobbyists, from McGuire Woods to give us kind of what I call a weather report for Raleigh. Not a real weather report, but a report about the prospects and future for what's going on in Raleigh. I think that they provided us with some details about timing on bills and procedural processes that can allow us to get where we need to be. Whether we toe the line on all those processes or not, but we're trying to develop that agenda in time to get it before get bills filed. But we also got some pretty high-level advice. Number one was that all of the extra money is going west. So in our small group discussions, there was really a lot of discussion about things we need money for. And they were all very legitimate things. But, the Real-Time Intelligence Center, the Coliseum, the PFAS water, sewer issues, Folk Festival, firefighter turnout gear, permanent supportive housing, the Nussbaum Center, all of those are things that need money. And it's going to be tough. The one good thing about that is that the money things tend to come up as we get into the budget discussion, and that's not as strictly tied to the sort of bill filing process. So there were a couple of ideas mentioned that I'll provide you guys a more detailed discussion of, and there was a couple of more sort of defensive things that were discussed, which will also be in a memo that I'll provide to you guys this week. The most notably on that last thing was the downzoning provision that was passed in the omnibus bill near the end of the legislation last year. But that's kind of a high-level discussion of the forecast for Raleigh. The Washington forecast is probably a bit more nuanced isn't the right word, but you know what I mean. And what we've been doing is to a delegation from the city led by the mayor and the manager, myself and Denise went up for the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which is a conference of mayors, and we got to meet a bunch of mayors. And we were part of our mayor's entourage. But we did get a chance to meet with our Washington lobbyists and to get some key updates on federal policy and strategies that are impacting cities, including housing and PFAS regulations and immigration. We met a few federal lobbyists to try to map, with our federal lobbyists to try to map out a strategic plan for the year, and engage with other mayors around this country to see how they were anticipating the new administration. We're also trying to develop a grant tracking system within the city and to establish kind of a cadence for meeting with our federal lobbyists. As you all know, this aspect of our lobbying system or effort is new under my office of responsibility, and we're trying to kind of build the bones in to make it effective. And really, Denise has been very helpful in trying to make that happen. You want to add anything?
Sure. Well, first I'll say good morning, and I know that you have viewers that are tuned in today. So just to share, I had left Greensboro in 2014 as city manager, and then went on to lead the General Services Administration under the Obama administration. And so that really is the opportunity and connection for me to bring back that experience and network for the work that we are doing here, as well as the work that I've been doing the last 8 years, which is with communities across the country in infrastructure and public investment. And part of what we really, and what Chuck asked me to join him with, is really how we think about positioning Greensboro for the future with opportunities, both from a funding standpoint as well as housing from a federal perspective. Obviously, we are in a unique setting this year with the new administration, which is always the case. But as they're identifying what their priority perspectives are as it relates to the funding, that is still being developed and evolving. And at the same time, we're currently going through a budget process in D.C. That we'll learn more about as well. And so as that evolves, we're looking to answer questions as to what the impacts will be for existing funding that we've applied for in the past, as well as funding that we might have pending, as well as what the future grant opportunities will look like for discretionary grants overall. So that's what I'm helping to track and work in liaison with Chuck in his office. And so the tracking effort that Chuck referenced is really going to help us to have the visibility full-time for the city and allow for us to sort of try to get ahead of where the opportunities are and try to be strategic in how we spend our time with both our congressional representatives as well as federal agencies and federal lobbyists.
Yep. And so what we've been able to see over the last month is that the new administration's policy goals, are emerging. Clearly, they want to reduce the size of government on the federal side. They want to strengthen immigration enforcement. They clearly want to cut DEI and quote, Biden-era woke programs in the federal government, with contractors, and potentially at all levels of government. And an interesting one that has come to light is that they are prioritizing funding for regions with high marriage and birth rates, which is interesting.
I don't have anything to say on that.
Same here. There's a lot that could be said, but I think you all get the point. And so, this whole grant awards that, like recently we received what was known then as a raised transportation grant. I think it was $2 million.
Yes.
And, we now have to see, I think the name of that has been changed. I think there was it was a previous name under the Trump 2.1, and they're going back to that name. And we're hopeful that that money will actually find its way to Greensboro. But we are cautiously monitoring because, as you have seen, things can change quickly.
Well, and I will say that there just seem to be things that were approved before the administration took place or start before January 20th basically seems to be moving forward. It's just a matter of will there be different expectations applied to any pending funding? So we right now, and in talking to our DC counterparts, we have every reason to believe that we'll still get funding that might be in in a pending stage, or that was approved before the new administration took over. But it is something for us to monitor, and we're having them monitor it. So, but that's an example. There could be other funding or other opportunities that we were tracking that could take a different turn. So just to put some color around that.
And similarly, but maybe for different reasons, the fact that they're operating under continuing resolutions may result in the loss of some of our earmarks that we haven't been anticipating. So if there's no budget, those earmarks go away or will have to be somehow brought back to life in a new legislative session. So that includes earmarks for the Real-Time Intelligence Center, the new fire station, and some water and sewer funding. So again, monitoring and tracking is very important to understand when we need to anticipate and how we react to that. And recently there was something that came up about the potential for municipal bond tax exempt status to go away. There was a couple of weeks ago when there was a freeze on, a quote, pause for all grants and loan funding. And there was a lot of consternation and concern about it. That morning when I got up, it was a continuous amount of emails and text messages worrying and concerned about it because of the reality of it was problematic. A day later, that went away. So we probably need to have some patience and try to figure out exactly where it's going. So.
Yeah. And I'll say it's not unusual for a new administration, especially one that is has a lot of different ideas and designs than the previous, for there to be sharp changes. So I think the overall message is there's a lot that is moving pieces that we need to keep a close eye on. The administration has shown that it wants to be very aggressive and pushing for its policy priorities. So understanding the implications for the city as quickly as possible and sharing that information with council and making determinations of how to take our next steps is what we're just trying to stay at least a step ahead if we can, or at least catch up quickly, if not.
And this includes also department heads, Trey's team, trying to make sure that, a lot of times these department heads have information about specific federal opportunities that may not otherwise be known. So we're trying to coordinate that communication, and that's part of the infrastructure that we're trying to kind of put in place. I think that pretty much covers it. If we have time for questions, sure.
Thank you for that update. You talked about pending grants that are kind of on hold. We think the ones that we've been awarded will likely eventually come through, but we have some pending, and you talked briefly about what categories those are in. Can you give us a feel for the dollar value, potential dollar value of those grants that are in pending status?
So I guess it's important to distinguish between earmarks, which are really legislative commitments, and the administrative stuff. So the grant that we got, that's on the administrative side, that's like the raise, and that was $2 million. We do expect to receive that, but we just don't know what kind of changes may be made between the announcement of that for us and the actual money arriving.
I was speaking more of the earmarks that you said we didn't know, and you gave us a couple different categories that those were under. Yeah. Can you give us a feel for the finance?
I apologize. I don't, because those are still in the budget process. We're not sure what the ask will be in terms of the funding amount. It's something that our delegation would help in terms of putting that funding for those items in the budget as they're going through the budget process. So we really don't know what the amount was, and I apologize. I don't know what the ask was, or if there was an actual dollar amount asked.
I want to follow up with a memo later this week, and maybe early next week, and I'll have it in there.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
So I guess to Tammy's point, we're still looking for the 1.1 million. That wasn't earmarked.
It was earmarked?
Or which one?
Kathy, yeah.
That's earmarked, yeah. Yeah, all I'm saying is I'm not sure what the numbers are.
But that was already designated. Can they reduce that?
So these earmarks are part of a budget. They kind of are negotiated, they become part of a budget. There's a budget discussion on the table. If they don't reach agreement, they typically fund the government through a continuing resolution. Continuing resolution is basically continuing a prior budget. So if they get to the kind of end of the legislative year, they never have a agreement on the budget, and they just exist through continuing resolution. That earmark, it's an earmark on the budget, right? It's sort of a note saying when we have a budget, we're going to include this number for this activity. That, procedurally could go away if they aren't successful in actually having a budget at any point. And given the tenuous majority in the House and other factors that I don't probably need to explain to you, there's an open question as to whether or not we're just going to be living on continuous resolutions.
But we should also say that even if the budget does go forward and they don't put forward a continuing resolution, there will still need to be the typical budget negotiations. So some things will be successful, some things won't. But if there's a CR, as they call it, then there will definitely not be any new money, which earmarks would be new money.
Yeah.
They're not there. Wow.
Any additional questions or comments? Where are we on our state legislative agenda?
Still developing it. We have what I'm going to provide that memo will be the sum of the small group conversations, which I tried to highlight here without being putting too fine a point on it. The memo that I want to send you in the next day or so will include all of the things that you all put on the table and try to see where you all want to go with that. The meeting with the delegation is on the 24th. One of these procedural hurdles in the state is on the 20th, with the Senate having a requirement that bills be filed by the 20th. However, in the Senate, there's an opportunity to have what's known as a blank bill file, and our Senator Gladys Robinson has several of those already filed in place. So, my thought is that this thing will probably congeal around the time of the delegation meeting.
Kind of the quick ones were the items that were on our legislative agenda last year that didn't get traction, looking at those first. They did not pass a budget last year, so we're kind of back at square one. My understanding there is that there was some water and sewer money in there for us for specific projects, but we're going to have to go back and lobby for them again. Greensboro was added into the sports book, which had really been written for Raleigh and Charlotte, but we're going to have to lobby for that again. They were both, I believe, in the budget, but the budget didn't pass, so we're back at square one.
So, Trey, will we have, once we get this list, the grand list from Chuck, will we have another chance for us as a group to discuss what we want, what we don't want on there, and kind of narrow that down? Because I know it's a lot, and we want to narrow it down to whatever. So will we have time before the 24th to do that as a group?
Well, we can try to, I think the best way to do it, not try to do a work session, would be some small groups. Trying to schedule that work session would be harder, so we can try to pull small groups together. I work with Chuck.
I do think a work session is good, so you can get the input of a collective.
Okay.
Because what happens in small groups is that people are focused on individual issues, and I think we need to hear everybody's issues.
Yeah, work session.
Okay. All right.
Well, I think a lot of us already have some of the same combination. But, because I'd like to see how we can affect housing. Is one of those great things we need to have on our agenda. It's the housing aspect.
Okay.
And Chuck, I think it'd be good if you could get the draft of the Chamber's legislative agenda for the state and share it with us as an amendment or an addendum to the memo that you're going to send out to us.
Yeah, we do usually sign on to their agenda, so it would be good for us to see it.
Appreciate that suggestion.
Senator Robinson says you're just holding a place.
And
Blank bill, I talked to her.
last year's legislative agenda, which I'm still trying to dig up, and also the League of Municipalities legislative agenda, that all probably needs to be in that package.
Is he going to? She'll say her.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
And thank you, Councilwoman Hightower, for the segue into our next section, which is a housing update. So I'm going to ask ACM McCray to come up. I'm going to ask our consultant, Denise Turner-Ross, to stay with Nasha as she presents. Nasha, I'm going to give you the clicker so you can navigate this first part.
Are you kicking us off a little bit? Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, and all of our guests in attendance. I'm Nasha McCray, Assistant City Manager of Community Services, and excited to have the discussion this morning about our housing continuum. As we talked about in the day one of the retreat, that topic of housing, the continuum, was a reoccurring theme. And so it teed us up perfectly to have the discussion today at that 50,000 square foot level of what that means. But really to understand where we're going, I think it's important for us to level set where we currently are in order to really understand what the data is showing us. I think there was a comment made yesterday about the importance when you're making policy decisions that they're not necessarily based on feeling or perception, but really on data that can really help you to be more informed and effective. And so what I would like to focus on just briefly is what the data is showing us in order to help achieve an abundance of attainable housing. But in order to really start from a place of shared definition, and particularly for our public that is tuning in to watch this session today, what does attainable housing actually mean? And so our role here in the city, it ensures that we have a community that has a stable, sufficient supply of housing that's affordable to a broad range of income levels. It can also mean that we're ensuring that homes are available to meet the demand that we have that prevents the shortages that we're seeing that continues to drive those prices higher. But it also means that we have housing options that exist across the entire housing continuum, whether it's rentals or home ownerships. And you have to ensure that you have a good balance to make sure that people of varying income levels, whether they're middle income, whether they're workforce households, that they can find suitable housing without excessive competition or cost. And so achieving that requires intentional planning, and it requires investment that ensures that we have a housing supply that keeps pace with that demand. But we also are making sure that we're preventing the affordability crisis that we're seeing not only in our region but also nationally, and that we're also continuing to support economic growth, as you heard yesterday from our economic development panel. The other thing I think that's also a common thing I want us to hone in on is that strong housing supply also keeps our workforce here. And we heard that as well when we talk about recruiting and retaining our young and talented professionals. It's what keeps those workers here. It's what attracts businesses to come here. And a strong housing supply also ensures that we continue to fuel the economic growth that we aspire. And so simply put, when people can live where they work, they'll spend more in the local economy. So a piecemeal approach won't necessarily solve this. And so having a long-term data-driven housing strategy and tools, which we'll spend some more time talking about as well, that brings together policymakers like you all, our community stakeholders, decision makers, developers, to have that conversation and that collaboration to ensure that we have the right mix of housing options, housing types, as well as housing development styles, like that missing middle, for all of the income levels. And so the great news in all of the things that I just mentioned and highlighted here is that we're not starting from scratch in Greensboro. That's really good news. We don't have to start from zero. We already have some existing strong policy frameworks in place, like our GSO 2040, our comprehensive plan, as well as our housing GSO plan, that we're actually seeing the fruits of the decisions that you all have been making as a governing body over the course of the last 5 or 10 years. We're starting to see the results of that good decision making. Those plans are actually working, and we're seeing movement in our housing supply sector. That still doesn't mean we don't have work that needs to continue, and we can talk through some strategies on things that we can do to help the implementation speed up that work. And so if you're like me, I am actually a visual learner, and so we use the terminology housing continuum, but what does that really mean? And so if you humor me for a second, at the simplest term and definition, a housing continuum is simply a range of housing types that are available in a community, and whether that is emergency sheltering on one end, all the way to permanent home ownership on the opposite, and every other housing type in between. There's housing options and types that are each critically important for different people at different times, if it's personal circumstances, if it is different life stages, but essentially that continuum recognizes that our housing needs are diverse and they change over time. And so people may require different types of housing depending on their situation. And so again, at the one end, you may have people that may be experiencing homelessness, or they may be in a crisis situation and they may need to utilize shelters. And then on the opposite end, you have folks that are more maybe independent, either renters or homeowners. And between those, there may be people that are paying their rent, whether that is through some form of subsidy or assistance. But essentially, people they may stay where they are, whether that's by choice or circumstance, or they may move to another position along that continuum. And so when they do that, the position that they occupied previously will open up for another person to take up that space. So it's essentially a continual ripple effect. And so a good example of this, we talked about yesterday with our college professionals or college students that are here, wanting to retain them, once they matriculate, they may enter into our housing continuum either as renters. If they're fortunate to have a good paying job out of college, they may go right into home ownership. But then as their lifestyle changes, whether they get married, they expand their family, they may need to move up in a different range as far as housing type, or as they continue through different life stages, they may end up downsizing, or they may choose to go back to renting. I'll even give you a personal example. My parents live out of state, in a state that is growing increasingly unaffordable, and they're considering relocating to North Carolina, specifically to Greensboro. And I won't say it's biased because I'm here and we have the best community in the state, and they're probably watching right now. But they really like this area. They like the affordability, they like the choices, but they are retired. And so they are working with a fixed income. And so their desire is not to sell their single family home that they've lived in for 20 years where they are, to necessarily come here and then buy another single family home because of the maintenance costs. They don't want to deal with that. They're empty nesters. They don't need that much space. So they may be looking at a duplex. They may be looking at an apartment. Their preference would be for me to go buy a bigger property and build an ADU in the back so they can live there, but that's not going to happen. But that just kind of gives you, some examples of how that continuum can work depending on where you are, in your life stage. And that's why it's important for us as an organization, as a city, and you all as policymakers to really understand the role that we play along that continuum. And so we can be facilitators, we can be regulators, we can be planners, we can be support service providers, all at the same time or one another at any given time. But it's really critical at its base value that we create a housing environment that's inclusive, inclusive, that it's supportive, and that it's adaptable to meeting the needs of all residents, regardless of whether they're renting, whether they're experiencing homelessness, or whether they're transitioning at another level of home ownership. So I'm going to take a little bit of time, and I'll go through the next couple of slides pretty quickly, just because it reinforces some of the data points that we talked about yesterday in our community analysis presentation in that session that was provided. But essentially, and I know this may be a little bit hard to see from the screen, but really, this takes a look at when we talk about annexation and how we're growing. We have been since the beginning of the cities being established, and will continue to grow. And so in terms of our population, our land area, we continue to grow every single year. We're growing at a rate of population of about 8%, which is just a little bit higher than the national average, which sits at around 6%, and it's just slightly lower than what we're seeing at the statewide level at 10%. Occasionally, in between that, we may see some periods of development over the course of the last couple of years where we continue to trend up. But long story short, we're growing, and we continue to grow at a steady pace. And so one of the mechanisms that we do use as a city to grow is our annexation process, which you all are very familiar with. But this is one of the tools that we use to grow in land and at our base. And so just in the last fiscal year alone in 2024, through that process, the city expanded by about 290 acres. We're currently sitting at about just under 140 square miles in terms of our overall size. And so if you look at this graph here, the number of annexation cases in 2024 was just slightly lower than what we saw in 2023, but the acreage size in 2024 was slightly higher. So we're seeing larger swaths of land that we're bringing into the city for various development types. The one anomaly I do want to point out on this slide that stand out is in 2022, we saw a significant spike in our annexations. That's primarily attributed to the fact that we had a record number of large cases that came through. You think we had Publix that we annexed. We had one case that was about 340 acres and about 6 or 7 annexation cases that was about 100 to 170 acres. And so that's an anomaly year, but essentially what this means is that in the past 5 years, we're continuing to trend slightly above where we were pre-pandemic, and in terms of the caseload, and then the acreage size is about consistent on par. And we continue to see that will continue. We hope that will continue in the future. Another mechanism that we use in terms of growth and being able to look at our overall housing supply and how we're positioning ourselves and how we can forecast our readiness is through our technical review committee process. And so just in layman's terms, that's usually the first step in terms of site plan development. When development comes in the door, we have a review committee team that looks at different regulations to ensure compliance for what is being proposed, and that usually entails site plans or different subdivisions. And so here in the last 3 years, we've seen an average about 536 annual reviews. In 2024, we reviewed 603 of our TRC reviews. That is just 3 shy of the record that we saw in 2019 and 2020. And so again, with that being one of the first steps of approvals, it would then make sense, and I'll show you the correlation in the next couple of slides, but the correlation, the number of reviews that we saw in 2019 and 2020 at 600, a little over 600, that would then result in an increase in the following year in the number of building permits that are issued, and then in the following year after that with the number of actual construction units that come out of the ground. And so we actually are seeing that in terms of a record-breaking year for construction value as well. So that represents the investment in our community. And so with that being said, looking at the high number of reviews that we had in 2024, we feel that that's a good indication that we will have a large number of building permits that we will issue here in 2025, which is a good sign. And so in terms of the permit activity, the total number of building permits are pretty consistent that we've seen in the last 2 years, right around about 4,300 building permits, and that's across both residential and commercial categories. That means we're continuing to see that level of investment on both the residential and the commercial construction side. That is a positive trend, but the biggest takeaway here, as you notice in the orange for residential, even though that building permit activity is primarily attributed to our multifamily sector, and we do hear a lot of that feedback from our community about apartments and the options and some of the negativity that may be associated with that. The reality of it is the multifamily units are still unit production. It's still a housing choice, and it still represents housing supply. And so we're not an anomaly. We're seeing this trend consistent nationally across the board, and it's market driven, and so it's also demand driven. And so that's what we're seeing here in terms of the way that the permit activity here and the way that the market is responding to it. But really at its face value, it indicates and confirms that there's still a great need for housing. There's still a great need for a diversified housing stock as well as diverse housing points. And then finally, circling back in terms of the value, because we talk a lot about on the front end of the investment, but what does that value actually equate to in our community, both on the residential and commercial side? In 2024, the value of construction as measured by the building permits that was issued, it was right around about $971 million, so just under $1 billion in construction value in Greensboro. While a slight decrease from what we saw in 2023, it's still a record-setting year in terms of the highest value of construction. And again, that's attributed to what we saw in the number of permits and the annexations from the previous years. And so yet another busy side, I talked about kind of where we got to, how we got to where we are, and what this entails today. What does all this data mean? It basically means that we're still seeing substantial growth in our city. And so while we may feel like we're not making substantial progress, the annexations, the TRC reviews, the permit activity, the construction data that we have available to us is actually showing, and it's confirming that we're making progress on the housing front. We have significant achievements that we can tout across the entire housing continuum that I referenced. For example, in 2024, you all adopted an accessory dwelling unit regulation, and it has not even been a full year. We already have 32 ADUs that have been built, and we have 9 that are in the process of being built. So that's really a good response that we're seeing from our development community. Through the annexation and rezoning process that I mentioned, just in the past 3 years, in total, that represents about 17,000 potential units that have been approved. That doesn't mean actual units, but it's the potential that because of the activity that we saw in the last 3 years, that could be the potential for at least another 17,000 units coming into our market, which is a great segue into our road to 10,000. But there's still work that needs to be done. There's still a lot of tools and strategies that we could deploy to help accelerate this stock and help us to move faster. The other point that I also want to make is while we focus a lot on housing units and supply, while those are important, I think we also have to lean into the fact that community is important. So while we want to encourage the development of units, we also need to support the development of communities, because again, people will want to buy, they will want to live where they are in close proximity to park spaces, to retail, to places of employment. The connectivity is important, and so that's something that we should also keep in mind as well as we continue to develop tools and strategies to accelerate our supply.
Thank you, Nam. And before, I know all of you are confident a bit to ask questions, but if you would give me just a few moments, I think I may be able to address your questions, but I feel like and I promise you, I'm going to give you plenty of time to ask questions, chop this up, but I have something that I want to present to you that I feel like may drive our conversation even more. I am actually going to ask both Nasha and Denise to stay right here with me, but I will tell you that one of the things that leading up to this retreat, listening to you all as a new manager, being in this role, working directly with you all for the last couple of years, one of the things that's top of mind is housing. And then the last 2 days, or the last day and a half, one thing that I've really been excited about is that the need for housing has been reaffirmed. So as you listen to Nasha talk about some of the things that have taken place over the last couple of days, one of the things I knew that was emerging is the need for us to be very aggressive, the need for us to be daring, and the need for us to dream beyond where we are now. So if you could play the video.
4,500 jobs introduced as a result of $11 billion of investment from the likes of corporate giants such as Boom Supersonic, Toyota, Honda Jet, and other companies. It goes without saying, Greensboro needs to increase its housing stock at record speed. The city has to be daring and willing to be bold in its strategic approach to adding a variety of houses to meet the needs of so many people at different price points. City Manager Nathaniel Trey Davis is introducing the Road to 10,000. The goal is to produce 10,000 dwellings, which is roughly 1/3 of the housing units Guilford County needs to acquire by 2030. The city is working to address the housing shortage, most recently dedicating $11 million for housing and supportive services for the unhoused. Last year, 3,300 residential building permits were issued in Greensboro. The million-dollar question is, how does the city build on this momentum to increase construction and renovation projects? Implementation of the Road to 10,000 plan involves creating a work group which will launch within the next 30 days. The group will be tasked with the following action items: conducting a scan to identify existing inventory of properties, areas of potential development, and interested developers, evaluating barriers and where the city may better support development, and providing recommendations for next steps to include stakeholder participation. The Road to 10,000 is all-inclusive, as the success of this plan will require more than one solution and the willingness of others to think outside of the box. The desired outcome of producing 10,000 dwellings in the immediate future will be accomplished through strategic partnerships, thoughtful planning, and a shared commitment to innovation. To support this housing expansion, the city will also explore enhancements to transportation infrastructure, transit access, and transit-oriented development, ensuring seamless connectivity for all residents.
Thank you. So as you can see, and as you all have seen over the last day and a half, the growth, the economic development, the need in our community rings a resounding alarm that we need housing and that we need it now. But one of the things that we also talked about as we started out is, how are we going to have smart growth in our community? And one of the things I've heard also in several communities is that we need to make sure that our communities are growing right. We want to make sure that our growth is not outpacing our communities, and that we also are not displacing communities in our area, but also there are areas that need attention. And that just doesn't fit one size. I know that there are areas in our community that has often been overlooked or underutilized, but there are also places like our downtown that needs aggressive attention as it relates to housing. So I've asked Denise and Nasha to help me navigate through a short presentation. If we can get us back to, let me see where we're at. Yeah, I think you got it right there. I keep going. The how is the important thing. And the how and the intentionality at which we go with this is going to be significantly important to have pillars that support this plan. So Denise, can you talk through some of the pillars that we've outlined?
Absolutely. And I will tell you that I was very excited when I learned of the city manager's goals and efforts as it related to housing, and sort of planting a flag of having a bold and ambitious direction. And so as we talked about a potential sort of execution plan, we thought in terms of having sort of three foundational core pillars. One being really thinking about our city programs and policies. As Nasha outlined in strong detail, there's a lot of activity that is occurring that you have adopted, that have set as priorities, that continue to happen in the city. And so what are the pieces that we could potentially pull on to move even faster, to push even harder in order to get to this ambitious goal? Some of the spaces, we've had some efforts to look at streamlining our permitting process. What are the opportunities there? Are there others? What does that look like? Zoning policies, as well as city-owned land, as was mentioned. I've worked with communities that have looked specifically at property and land that they've owned for their ability to leverage and support growth and development in various parts of the community. The second pillar being community. As has been mentioned a number of times, our growth and what that looks like really needs to be based around the communities that exist today, as well as those that we are inviting in and that we are embracing as our city grows. But understanding that there are different choices that are beneficial for any market, and wanting to be open to understanding what those opportunities look like. So the alternative housing options, mixed-use neighborhoods, and those things also can create jobs, which is something for us not to forget, but also want to do that in a way that we are mitigating displacement, that we are inviting that growth in a way that is accounting for those that are currently there, as well as the future residents. And then some of that might look in terms of having priority investment areas, and thinking about from the information that we have from our, whether it's the GSO 2040 or other planning information, what are the priority areas and the type of housing that's needed across the city? What looks, it will be different for each part of the city, and so understanding that. And then the third pillar being the public-private partnership. Our ability to bring new units to the market is not a one entity effort. Not only the city will look to the private sector to be a part of that, to understand where the opportunities are. So what are the strategies for achieving 10,000 that we should consider? What are the cooperative planning efforts that we should take on? What are financing strategies that we may have today, or that have been beneficial in other parts of North Carolina or other communities that we can consider? And what are the incentive strategies as well, some that were talked about with your panel yesterday. And again, just the recognition that all of that activity, we are hopefully creating job growth as well as small business growth and development. So I'll just point to the core pillars being the foundation of this plan is really anchored in multiple steps that will be iterative in their development and process. So we'll have five areas of implementation that is here on your screen in terms of the Comprehensive Housing in Action Plan. As we have noted, there are a number of plans that are already in place. So it's really evaluating what's already here, what's working, what has been decided that we should spend more time thinking about, what are some best practices that we should be considering, and what are really the clear timelines to be able to get to 10,000. The other being engaging stakeholders, and this being a really important part. And you heard mention of a task force, again, recognizing that this is a team sport that will certainly involve the city with policy and programming, but it certainly needs to have the residents and private sector involved in what those next steps look like. But also public engagement. And there was discussion yesterday around the fact that what we bring into our communities need to reflect and embrace the communities that exist today as well as the future communities. And you only can do that by being inclusive in those processes. So having a way to allow for communities to define or have a voice in what their future community looks like will be an essential part as well. The third, and there's five, so I'll make this quick. The third being policy and program implementation, as we've talked about. The fourth is launching public-private partnerships. So as you see, these are all interrelated. One depends on the other. It will have to be an iterative process. We will have to go back and forth. But the idea is that we have a main task force that's looking at what ideas and opportunities exist, both internal team talking as well as external teams talking, and then feeding that information so that the manager can bring ideas and concepts to council for consideration. Ultimately, the goal is to give you strong input as to concepts that can work in our community, that is informed by the community, that is informed by the expertise of city staff, the expertise of the public and private developers, and the expertise of our communities, and bringing all of that together as you move forward. And then the last piece is being transparent in tracking our activities and being able to share how are we doing along those metrics? What are the milestones that the community and public should watch for and that yourselves are expecting? And then how are we doing at getting there? And if we're not getting there, what's keeping us from there? As you've seen, we have a great deal of activity happening in the construction space, and with permitting, what do we need to do to move that forward faster? And is it working? And if not, why not? And what should we do differently? Here we started to look at potential success metrics. This could change a bit, but the number one being units built. At the end of the day, the whole effort and all these concepts are we bringing units to market? And if we're not, why not? And what should we be thinking about differently? And some supporting efforts metrics that support that. Permitting efficiency, private investment leverage, job creation, housing affordability. And that's across all incomes. As we've talked about throughout, we have jobs coming online, residents coming to the area, as well as existing residents that needs and will need housing across the spectrum, and how we're doing at that. So that's everything in a nutshell. I'll try to move through that quickly, as I know how council has questions and wants to discuss.
And there's a couple of examples. I won't labor through them. Austin, Texas has a similar campaign, as well as Atlanta, Georgia. But I do want to stop for a moment and allow you all to kind of take that in and ask questions. I know, again, this is a topic that all of you consistently share as the top of your priority goal. So what are some of the questions you might have after hearing the presentation?
I have a couple questions. We talked about the rise in the great numbers in TRC review, and that will then yield building permits, which will yield units above ground and housing. One of the key factors, I think, for making that transition from a permit or from TRC to people living in houses is how effectively and quickly we can deal with inspectors going in along the way as we build houses and as we build units. If we're expecting a big boom there, are we budgeting and planning to add more inspectors? And I know inspectors aren't easy to find, so if we're partnering with schools and hiring people straight out of school, should we be budgeting those people to be hired ASAP so that we can train them along the way, or what? Because certainly the numbers of inspectors we have right now are not adequate to meet these goals.
I will tell you that Chris and I had some conversation about this very topic, being prepared, because we know that if we're pushing for an aggressive goal, there will be an impact. There will be some labor-intensive moments and areas. And so last year, the city manager's office, led by Chris, responded to you all's request to add to our development services and really carve out a space in that development services area that spoke to what you're just saying, to make sure that our efficiency on our end when we're reviewing these processes are on par. So adding staff is definitely something that's top of our mind. I think, similar to what, you heard the police chief say yesterday, we know there's a need to address certain things. And we know if this is an aggressive campaign, then we definitely will have to look at increasing that.
Part two of my question or comments is, as we saw on the continuum starts with those that are homeless. And we certainly have invested quite a bit of money and talked a lot about that. I'm wondering if, you don't mind, if Chris could speak for just a moment to what we've been working on so that we can kind of elevate that to a full discussion and full information, because things have developed just this past week.
Okay, so what we've been working on as far as future projects?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Chris, if you could come on around and talk just for a moment about some development to do that.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So just a couple things, and I won't talk too much because I know you all want to ask more questions. In general, as we see opportunities, whether that be our property or other properties where we may be able to put things into play for housing, we are moving aggressively with that. One of the things that came to our attention more recently was the old animal shelter property, which is close to Wendover Avenue. Guilford County is considering what the future of that property might be used for. The city is a very small adjoiner or owner to those parcels, and so is the city of High Point. So we recently had a discussion with them regarding the use of that property. We know that in our community there is a lot of generosity and support for the notion of propping up permanent supportive housing, which is something we've tried very hard to get off the ground and have not yet done. We believe if we could get one model in place that it may open the door for the future of permanent supportive housing. I have showed you all in the past some conceptual drawings of what that can look like versus what maybe someone thinks of when they hear the term permanent supportive housing. And as we looked at that and talked to the county, it was very much believed, and I'll credit Councilperson Thurm for being the person behind this idea, that perhaps what we've considered on some scale could be used at this property because it is not amongst a real heavy residential component. The county is supportive of that concept, so is the city of High Point. As a matter of fact, they've submitted their support to the chairman of the board, and we are actively in discussions to look at that property being permanent supportive housing. We would seek to see that property come under the city's ownership first before we pursue a development. But we do believe that there is available private funding that could be available for this particular project. And so that is one thing we are pursuing.
Buses are already there, with the exception of one block. And sidewalk is there. It's walkable to grocery stores, and certainly plenty of job opportunities.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Go ahead, Sharon.
No. Well, I wanted, thank you, you could have. I just wanted, your road to 10,000, does it include building on new, or does it incorporate what we already have existing? We have a lot of abandoned properties. We have a lot of properties in disrepair that need rehabbing, renovating, to revitalize in certain areas. And so something Denise said kind of disturbed me a little bit. So in this road to 10,000, what are you actually looking at? You just saying, let's go get permits for new housing, new multifamily development?
No, so the road to 10,000 encompasses the range. So some of it, as we do a scan of our, whether it's existing infrastructure, if it's existing units here, some of that could be very well be repair. And so it's about 10,000 livable housing units that are available in our community.
Yeah, because a few years ago, I asked the question, everybody wanted to tear houses down, and I said, I can support that if there's a plan. A plan never appeared. Never. Okay? It got torn down. All we got is poles and pockets. So what would be a strategic way to go after, say,
So I'm I'm now trying to scan through the implementation, but I do know we've had some healthy discussion because we know there are partners in our community that can do just that. And this plan will also allow us to help existing, whether it's your startup construction organizations or groups, those that can do repairs in different areas. We do know that leaving open spaces or just leaving a vacant lot in communities is not a good thing. So if we do have the potential, and that is on our range of partners that we're looking for, folks that can go into areas and repair homes and bring them up to standard as living housing units for our communities.
I think that's one way to get 10,000, probably quicker than just waiting on out of the ground, brand new stuff.
I will tell you, we talked and we want to be pretty aggressive. This thing will start, we kind of started thinking ourselves, but just what you're saying is exactly what we're looking for.
And that was the idea with existing properties as well. Often, either existing properties the city may have, but also existing properties that have been abandoned or things of that nature can be brought back online.
And I think that's going to take really, where's Chuck? That's going to take some conversation with the tax department. They're sitting over there with 1,700 foreclosures, just hanging out. And a lot of those are in underserved, neglected, overlooked areas that are housing insecure. And so we need to be looking at how can we partner with that. Even that might be something that we need to put on our legislative agenda, is how we get some of that. Because I know sometimes, because the county is the tax collector, they feel like, well, we got to go through this process. But it takes so long, and it's a burden on communities that are underserved, whether it's code enforcement, maintenance of it, or a house that just sits vacant, boarded up, somebody occupies it, catches on fire, it destroys the rest of the neighborhood. How the neighborhood is impacted. So I would like for us to, I brought you in the conversation because we've been having this discussion around this. And we've got to find a better way to make sure we can do that and acquire some of these properties and just sit on the tax foreclosure list. And nothing is happening for them. So how can we approach some of that? We got to move forward. The thing that Denise had said, housing will look different in certain areas. Why does it have to be?
I think needs.
That, because that would be a concern for me, because we look up here this way on this side, but we look down here on the bottom on the other side. And we've got to start to bring that up.
Well, I think
to an equity perspective.
Yeah, the context is more or less that the need is very well going to be different in different. It may not need type, style, price range, but we have very unique identities in in our communities. So what we don't want to do, and I think we've had this we did a tour a couple weeks ago, and we don't want to get into the conversation that we have spaces in our community that have housing needs, and people come in and their growth and development happen to that community. So what this plan is set to do is for us as the city to be a part of that, so that if a community is unique, it needs a certain type of housing growth, then we're part of that process.
And there will be parts of our city that are saturated with certain housing at certain price points or things of that nature. And so understanding what particular parts of the city need in terms of how it needs to grow. And I think Dr. Moreland was making that point yesterday. If you saturate some areas that are only affordable housing, then that has an impact overall. And so that's what I was referring to as housing.
That's what more I was kind of going at.
Yeah.
Because I already hear that.
Right.
I already have what they say. You saturate us with all the affordable housing. Because we're not changing the mindset around affordable housing. We're just saying affordable housing. And it's equated to, lower quality, lower population. That's not true in many instances. The housing attainability, we don't change our language the way we need to address it. But that is a concern, some. And then, oh, well, you just put it all over here. You don't, spread it around, because people want to live in all areas of the city, regardless of what you make. You want to live close to a grocery store, you be able to walk. If you don't have a car, catch a bus. But I think that's part of where our focus has to be as well, is looking at our area, seeing what's in those areas, exploring those areas, and then seeing how we can make sure that it's spread out everywhere.
I apologize. Well, I was just going to comment that that's a unique role that the city plays in this whole effort, right? Because there is a discussion that would say, why don't we just let the market act and see what happens? But the role that the city plays in particular is understanding what does our city look like, or the potential for our city to look like in the future, and being equitable in that distribution and trying to really encourage that development to be inclusive, which is why I think it's important for the city in particular to be a part and to take on being a key part of moving the market forward.
Thank you. So I've got Zach Hugh, and then I have a comment. Nancy?
So I commend you on having a big goal. And I think what this lays out, we have heard before, one of the questions I have would be, and this is huge, right? I think running parallel paths, you can take TRC and the projects that are coming in front of us now, that'll be easier to help move forward versus what Sharon's talking about, which is going into neighborhoods and doing an inventory and the rebuilding. I think redevelopment commission, I'd like to see more out of redevelopment commission.
We've actually increased the redevelopment activity dramatically over the last year and a half, if you look at that.
I think, we talked about having a housing work session. I think that
we should do that. Yeah.
I think we should have.
I mean, we've done more with redevelopment property in the last 18 months than we've done in 12 years.
That is true. That's
right. And they've, the thing that we have to think about here, when you're going into any particular neighborhood, you've got to build within the parameters of that neighborhood, whether you're rehabbing or whether you're building new. You got to stay within the right price points for that neighborhood and materials and all of those things. And I think the redevelopment commission has done a really good job with the activity there.
I guess
most of us don't know unless Sharon and I know what redevelopment does, but I'm not sure anybody else follows it.
Well, I follow it in downtown Greensboro, and I hadn't seen Jack in 15 years. I guess that's what I'm focused on. So I can get over that.
We're looking at individual lots
for us to get updated on redevelopment. I heard this morning that the rental assistance program at the federal level is in jeopardy. Have you all followed that?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a number of yes, and I think the same question is open for other housing grants as well, neighborhood housing grants and others that we're watching. And I think we'll see more as the budget moves forward, because that's where the rubber will meet the road as to whether those projects and programs that we're used to seeing are still funded into the future.
We're going to need you on that, Denise.
Yeah, those will be super important. That's where our relationships with our delegation will be important. That's where H&K really earns their money in terms of positioning with agencies as to why the funding is important for municipalities like ours.
Have you seen in your consulting the last few years, have you seen other best practices related to incentivizing housing?
Yes, and it runs the gamut. We had just touched briefly on some of the cities, but there have been a number of cities that have adopted aggressive goals, and it usually goes across this spectrum. Part of it is will look like incentives to developers. I think yesterday you discussed tax abatement, those being concepts, developing pools for improving on existing houses, whether it's things like roof repair or a house that may have been aging and just need a repair but is not in bad shape, that could be adopted and sort of turned over to everything that is also thinking about zoning overlays that are encouraging certain type of development in a community, and sort of partnering with developers to say, we want this community to have mixed-use housing, mixed-income housing. We'll provide you with land that is of a certain square footage, but we want you to have this mixture on the site. So there's been a number of strategies that are employed, and I think with this process, the goal is to sort of vet those concepts for a Greensboro, North Carolina positioning, and bring those to council, because there are some things that won't work for us as a state, some things that will take longer to implement, some things that we could really turn and do quickly. And so I think that's this process to say, let's bring it in and then turn it out, but having concerted and focused initiative will allow for that.
Okay, I got one comment, one question on what you just said. The one comment I'll have is, and this is different throughout the city, but goes to your point. We are in a housing crisis. We're in a housing shortage. We all know that. We talk about it constantly. But that also doesn't mean that you just agree to every housing that comes in. We can't settle. For example, Sharon, I hear you in District 1 and Goldie 2 and 5, we were talking about yesterday, and you can't settle on one end. On the other hand, I've got a rezoning case that's going to be Monday that's absurd, that doesn't make sense in the location, and our neighborhood's not going to settle. So we cannot settle just because we're in a housing crisis, no matter what the issue is. The second thing is, what is your timeline? Based on what you just said, low-hanging fruit, mid-hanging fruit, stuff that's going to be hard, like inventory in neighborhoods. What's our 10,000 house timeline?
Yes, we start this will start immediately. I'll basically start this month. When we provide council with an update, I'm thinking give us a month and a half or so to set a work session. When we gather our initial data, I think we can provide you with a legitimate timeline, or something in a range. I don't want to just throw out a number or a timeline. I will tell you, I want to see it in a year, but I know that's very ambitious. I would like to set it so that we'd have something that's reasonable for you all.
I think you're going to have to, because some of us won't be here in a year. So we would like to see it.
Well, at least it can start.
I see there's some partners in the room that are off camera. I'll ask them to step up to the plate and be ready to get to work soon.
But you're thinking 10,000 by 2030. Or sooner.
I want to well exceed 10,000 by 2030. This is based on, and all of us have been very familiar in different settings with the Carolina Corps report that indicated we need this, all of Guilford County needs more than 32,000 housing units by 2030. So for us, Greensboro is a third of that, and so that number, 10,000, is a third of that 32,000. But I intend to well exceed that by 2030.
So I guess by osmosis, Zach has parlayed some of my questions here. I will say that, and we all agree that housing is a crisis. I like the idea of the 10,000, of the road to 10,000 as that plan to get us there. I do have a question, and it does relate to the timeline. Thank you for providing the timeline. How else are we going to measure this? I know we have the document in front of us that says that from 2021 to 24, we approved some 17,732 units. Are we going to be taking credit for 10,000 of those when they come online, or where are we starting? Where's that line of demarcation? Are we starting it at permits, or is it when they go up? So that the old term of what a SMART goal. Right. How do we know? How are we going to measure the success of the outcomes?
So part of the presentation that Denise talked through was having a track and a report card measure, a progress measure. Nasha outlined in her presentation a number of things that do give those updates. But I will tell you that one thing that drove me in this area was, how can we get from the number of permits to actual housing units that are up, that people can turn a key and go into? So there'll be a metrics that's built out. I'll kind of look at Denise.
So
Yeah.
that means that we're taking credit for some of the 17,732 that have already been approved that are going to be going up and putting keys in doors.
So I'll look at my partners over here to kind of talk through the metrics and the dynamics.
Yeah, well, I think it's a fair point for us to consider. We don't want to be cute with the numbers. I think at the end of the day, the goal is to bring more than it's coming. So if we are at a place where that 17,000 is really just a matter of finishing the process and we go, that's one thing. But I think the first question is, how close are those 17,000 to actually coming to market? Are there things that we need to do to move those forward as well? And if we can get those, then let's add 10,000 more to that.
The stretch goal, for instance, maybe.
Well, and I will tell you, the manager really wanted to go more than 10,000. So the 10,000 is just sort of the starting point of let's figure out what is the barriers for us to success, or what are the things that we want to overcome or push harder, and then let's move forward faster. So I know that's not a direct question, but to your direct answer, but your question I think is a fair one in that we don't want to just take credit for what's already been done. We want to add to what's already there.
Great, and just one more question. Going back, I think it was the process, programs, policies, is that what it was? That one, perfect. The density bonuses, are those targeted towards the developers or targeted towards the communities, just in general?
In general, well, so this is one of those concepts for us to flesh out and evaluate. Does it fit here? Density bonuses tend to be targeted towards developers, but if there's other ways for us to slice it for this community, then we should do that. But I think the goal is for us to look at different ways for us to encourage activity, but activity that's equitable and that's spread out across the city.
Years ago, I think when we were at Revolution Mill, one of the things that we said is that we need to look at housing as economic development. And I don't know that we've actually done that. And I know that I put a number of requests in. Are there, when you look at zoning reforms and our ordinances, we hear from developers that our ordinances are unnecessarily burdensome and add a lot of money to their projects. So one thing that I would suggest right off the bat is to take a look at these items, such as parking. Parking requirements have changed much different today than they were 15, 20 years ago. People are using different modes of transportation. I think what we can do is really cut through the red tape by seeing, are our ordinances overburdensome? You talk to developers and they say yes. I would like staff to take a look at that and to include the development community to find out where that disconnect is. Because if we can bring the price down of what it costs to build a house, I mean, that can go along to the consumer at some point. So I think we need to get back to looking at housing as economic development.
Yes, ma'am. And during our conversations planning, Mayor, I actually described to the team one of the conversations you and I had with a representative of one of our legislators, and we asked the question of, what are some of the things that the new administration will look for, and one of the things is for cities that are looking at some of their regulatory, practices that are currently in place. I do want to say, I know that oftentimes people get afraid and they think that we're going to just completely wipe away all regulatory things, but that is not the approach. We'll still maintain safety and integrity of good building quality, but we do want to make sure that we're sensible about ensuring that we can accelerate our market.
To go along, now I just had a senior moment. I'll come back.
No, I interrupted you.
So we've got Mrs. Hoffman and Mary Kay, and hopefully I'll remember. And then Tammy.
I'll just be quick. I think it's important as we look at building all over the city. My philosophy was home furnishings when I was in that greater business, or we're talking about housing today, is to always try and give the best quality, the most well-designed product at a price point that the ultimate consumer can afford. So I just think we have to keep that in mind as we build all over the city. And we don't want to settle for something inferior, but we have to also keep in mind that costs have to be controlled for the ultimate consumer of the product. And you can't just have a list of design elements and a list of materials and think that you can. That's a checkoff list for everything that you build. It just can't be. So I think it's just important for us to keep that in mind.
And I do remember what I was going to say. We've talked a number of times about adding the duplexes and triplexes into single family, and we've done nothing on that. And that is something that we should, that goes back to putting more density. My mother lives in a very nice neighborhood, and they've got a lot of duplexes in there. They coexist very peacefully with single-family houses. So I think, those are definitely some takeaway points, I believe.
And Mayor, not to jump in front of anybody, but there's an aversion to doing that. We just had a conversation with somebody. There's an aversion to even wanting to put. I've got one builder who's done a duplex and doing twin homes, but in that conversation you and I had, there's an aversion to that. And they'd rather do a duplex for rental than even for sale.
Well, that's something that we're going to have to champion and get people in a different mindset.
Well, one of the I really love that point because, part of this, our session together the last day and a half is to build it on some of the experts. So yesterday you heard that. We heard that there's a need, and you talk about, the need from our young professionals that are at our colleges and universities. You talk about an aging community that would like to be in a different type of housing situation. So I do know I've talked with both Nasha and Denise about the diversity and looking at some of the different housing styles and different housing types being a part of this plan, very much a part of this plan, and touching on what, oftentimes we'll forget. And I'll say this, out loud, we sometimes tend to lean on the affordable housing because it's a catchword, but the reality for us, and I think you heard it from the economists yesterday, that missing middle or that range of housing is what's really going to change the landscape and the dynamics of our community. The other thing that I really like that he said is that really could help with our housing market as well, and the range and the price of our housing market.
Before we had, quote, zoning in this country, which was the end of World War II, there was mixed-use housing in every city in America.
Right,
all
that's
kinds.
True.
Duplexes, triplexes, single family at all levels, rental. And zoning after World War II changed all of that. And so, we're trying to revert to some of that today, which is sensible for today's living, as opposed to what we've lived with for the last 50 years, 50 plus.
I would also add to, and piggybacking off of the mayor's point, which I think is a great point, it's twofold. It's the education piece in terms of how zoning works, as Councilman Hoffman stated, looking at historically where, zoning has either been an obstacle or it has been a support of different housing types, and our ability to reimagine what that looks like based on the needs of today and what we anticipate for the future. But I will also say that our planning department is heard loud and clear the need to be more proactive in evaluating our land development ordinance. In fact, I know that there are some technical amendments to our plan unit developments that will be on the agenda for council, I believe, next week for consideration, but also the conversation around a mixed residential designation. So it may not be a planning unit development, it may not be multifamily, but our goal is really to look at ways that we can diversify and have those classifications that allow us to have those choice options that don't quite fit where our ordinance is now. So there's other things that we're considering, but that just kind of gives you two examples of ways that we are continuously evaluating ways that we can make sure that our ordinances are development friendly, that they meet the needs of our community, but that we build in some of that flexibility to allow us to advance our housing supply.
Thank you. I think you're next.
And I don't think we need to be afraid of the new emerging technologies in building, because a lot of them, like 3D printing of houses, some of those things that do pass all the codes, of course. But I think we need to look into some of those, because those, I've seen some presented that, they can build a house to live in that looks modern and looks well formed in a quarter of the time that regular building takes. So, I don't know if we have any way to look into some more of those, because, the technologies are emerging every day. And like we said, we've got all of the North Carolina A&T, we've got great minds in this city that can look at those things as well. I just don't want us to be averse to that.
Yes, ma'am.
It's Tammy. And that's, I don't have anybody else. Anybody else jumping in? Sorry to interrupt you, Tammy.
That's okay. As we look at our land use policies and zoning and density and those types of things, I know that we're in JLO, or Jordan Lake One Water, we're talking about trade-offs of, as we develop the Jordan Lake direction that we're going to follow, the new Jordan Lake rules, that we're looking at how we use land most effectively and get the density. And are there trade-offs that we can offer developers? For example, the parking, how many parking spaces they give, et cetera, per unit, and how they use water. And this ties into our water consumption and sewer consumption from yesterday, in terms of, are there potentials for, when we're building from scratch, for gray water usage? And if we allow developer some sort of gray water usage in a development, then can we offset what some of the other requirements are? And I think it's just something we need to watch. I don't think there's nothing there yet, but those discussions are coming down the pike, and I think it's something that, as we look at land use and trying to build density, that can make a difference.
Councilmember, I think those types of strategies are exactly what we want to look at. I was looking at a community just the other day that had a similar incentive and brought to bear a energy efficiency tools. Actually, they basically set aside land for putting in solar panels, but specifically like an acreage of land for solar panels for this new community. And so with that, they gave those developers incentives for that work, because they offset the energy consumption for that space. So I think there's definitely strategies like that we should look at, that we should think what can be innovative, encourage developers to really want to looking at developing across the city in ways that we haven't seen before.
I think we have partners that are ready to look at those kinds of creative ideas and work together with us to move those forward.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, the only thing I would say, and I hear you, Mayor, about some things we can, maybe help with, but I don't want us just to cut our standards so much that then we wind up with a situation I got in one of my neighborhoods 20-some years later, 25 years later, where all the houses have some inferiority to building. And so residents are experienced there. Okay? So I think we've got to make sure we maintain standards, even down to parking, because what I'm finding is if we're cutting the lots so close together, you got people parking all across the front yard. We got front yard parking that we don't enforce anyway, but they're parking in the front yard, and they're blocking driveways. They're parking in circles. So because it's so tight, because you're trying to get so much in a development, so dense. Then it becomes a quality of life issue for the person that put their money in that home, and now it's like coming home every day and you got to maneuver through the traffic. So I think we have to be careful how we do cut or look at how we reduce certain requirements, because we got to look at the long range effect when you say home ownership. That's something you should enjoy, not for 5 years, but for 50 years. You know, you should age in place if you want to. So I just would like for us to really be more conscientious about it. But I think this merits a longer discussion, obviously.
Well, thank you all so much. I think it is time. I believe lunch is outside.
And I do want to recognize that today is Mrs. Hoffman's birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nancy. Happy birthday to you. And many more.
I don't think I've ever seen you turn red.
I'll turn it back over to our facilitator for instructions for lunch.
Thank you. We will break for lunch now. Lunch is here. We'll ask that the council city manager's office and other speakers will go first, and then we'll come back in for a working lunch. We will give you some time to digest your lunch, because I think it's a heavier lunch today. And then we'll get started back with our last priority, and then get into our strategic priorities in that discussion to round us out for 2025. Thank you.
I'll be around for a little bit. I want to hear this.
Good. We've spent a day and a half really talking about some important topics to the council and provided a lot of detail and information. Now we'll turn to our strategic priorities for 2025. And we've got an all-star team here assembled to talk about your strategic priorities and really give an update on the priorities for 24 and where they stand. And I'll allow the team to introduce themselves and refamiliarize themselves with the council, and we look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you so much. I apologize. That's okay. Okay. So, good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. We are very excited to be in front of you for something that probably is going to feel a little bit like deja vu. We are bringing back to you the strategic framework and the strategic framework committee, but some changes have been made. We have looked at a wider range of skills and viewpoints, and also worked with our current city manager to bring in his 3 ideals and pillars for what we're going to use to move the city of Greensboro forward. After identifying some previous gaps in our framework, we've developed a final structure that we want to bring to you and provide clarity for. And then we will go over the next couple of steps for how we're going to implement this framework by July of 2025. As we go into these next steps, of course, we are looking for your feedback and thoughts as we move forward to put this plan in action. What you have to offer is essential, so we do look forward to having an engaging dialogue as we move forward.
Thank you. Again, good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. Today, we are arriving at the culmination of a lot of themes that have emerged even from the retreat today. There was a lot of conversation about collaborative alignment and the city of Greensboro serving as a model for that collaboration and alignment. And so to that end, the city manager has also communicated a way of folding these efforts into larger concepts with that same purpose in mind. And so that is indeed what the strategic framework is designed to do, serve as a model for alignment, to meet community needs by way of 7 priorities. And to that end, it starts with a talent alignment so that the committee can be sure to execute according to what it is that you all have envisioned for the needs of the community based on how those needs have been communicated to you. And so to that end, I am Dr. Love Jones here serving as the project manager and group leader. My responsibility primarily is to ensure connectivity of all of the components that make up a solid framework to include the talent necessary to make that framework come to life. We then have David Cashwell, who is responsible for framework development. And to that end, he's also an expert at data management and overall adaptability of the framework as priorities change across those 5-year increments that were discussed. Then, of course, we have April, who's with us, April Albritton, who's here with us as a city leadership liaison. And her responsibility is just to simply make us aware of the evolution of the priorities at the hands of council, but also to make sure that those needs are expressed bidirectionally. So the teams, and vice versa. And then we have Rodney Roberts, who is responsible for data architecture. What that really means is vetting the data gathering tools that are going to help us make sense of this, not only to you all as council, but to the community at large. And then we have John Decker, who's not with us today, but he is responsible for resource development. Ultimately, we know that securing and managing resources in proper alignment is what's going to get us to the finish line for every iteration of this framework, and that is the role that he serves. And then we have Letitia McNeil, who is a new member of the team that I am super excited to welcome. We've all been excited to welcome. She is responsible for policy coordination. And the beauty of that is the level of expertise she's had in recent history of translating federal, state, and local policies to the front line in the name of making our city what it needs to be through violence prevention. And so translating that skill set to the work overall of the city is vital, and we're very grateful to have her to serve as that bridge. Just as a simple review of the framework, it's built off purpose, vision, and mission. Ultimately, it's about making sure that we are sustainable in the growth, that the community well-being is kept in mind, and that we have economic resilience. And we do that built on the back of this mission and vision. And so, as you can see, it's familiar language to everyone, but it really is about making us the most desirable mid-sized city and making sure that neighborhoods are safe through resident-focused services and programs. That is the mission. That is what drives the work that comes to life in this framework. Quickly, we're just going to take a glance at the priorities. Bottom line is that we are trying to make sure that your vision is translated to the city staff work in a way that is meaningful and aligned. These 7 priorities are serving as the North Star or a compass. They are the blueprint for progress. And ultimately, we get there by that same alignment and collaboration that's been discussed up to this point throughout the retreat. If we can model this synergy, we can produce. And so it does not forsake work that's already happening. It only synergizes it in a more meaningful way. And to that end, David is actually going to talk to us a little bit about what that alignment of various plans looks like, and then land that in a very meaningful project that's already off the ground with Windsor Chavis NOCO.
So our committee was charged with developing a framework for each of those 7 priorities, and it needed to align with existing city plans. We also needed to be able to track it over 5-year increments. So to ensure that our framework is aligned in this way, we arranged them first by time horizons, starting with long-range plans like GSO 2040 to short-range plans like the adopted budget. As a 5-year plan, the framework serves as that needed link between the two. So organized in this way, it becomes clear how all of our plans should relate to each other. Namely, it allows the long-term plans to inform the framework for each priority, but it also empowers the framework to drive short-term planning like the annual budget. So by developing that continuity, we can enable a new performance management process. Performance management ensures that we are tracing our day-to-day inputs through the annual budget and up to our long-range plans. And collectively, this alignment ensures smart growth because it's keeping it simple, it's eliminating distraction. So in the time, in the time since the last draft of the framework, a gap analysis revealed 2 potential challenges. The first is the presence of a relatively large leap in time from 5 years of the framework to 20 years, which is the vision of most of our long-term plans. And without a bridge between mid and long-range plans, we risk that loss of momentum and coordination. The second challenge was to understand the intersection between the priorities. Not surprisingly, there are many ways in which the priorities relate. For example, having safe shelter has as much to do with safest city as it does abundance of attainable housing. So by mapping out that complexity, we can anticipate how steps taken toward one priority have spillover effects on the other priorities. So to address both challenges, we are introducing a new element to the framework. And I'm happy to say that since you just had lunch, we are providing dessert, known affectionately as pie.
Yes.
Public safety, infrastructure, and economic development. These 3 pillars serve as that bridge between mid and long-term plans, and it serves as that connective tissue between the priorities. The pillars address both of these gaps precisely because they are the 3 things that all the priorities have in common, and because they endure across all time horizons. But the pillars are not just another way of organizing the priorities. Instead, the 3 pillars are designed to target the legislative agenda and the policy process specifically. Each pillar includes a goal statement that hints in a general way towards changes in demographic trends, economic conditions, and those quality of life measures. And in this way, the pillars are going to enhance the role of data analysis in the policy process. Here's the goal statement for each pillar. For public safety, we are to ensure the health, safety, and security of all residents by addressing both immediate and systemic factors affecting public safety. For infrastructure, we build and maintain sustainable, accessible, and connected systems for transportation, technology, utilities, and housing to meet the needs of a growing city. And for economic development, we foster a thriving economy by creating opportunities for business, enhancing workforce development, and supporting equitable access to housing and entrepreneurship. So through these goal statements, the use of data for policy development means that it identifies the immediate risks and systemic barriers. It forecasts growth, and it monitors equity. Doing this keeps the policy process responsive across all the priorities, and it thereby prevents stagnation between that 5 and 20-year time horizon. Keep going the wrong way. So I think it would be helpful to see at this point a little more clearly exactly how the priorities overlap with each other. Now you'll see here we've aligned five priorities within each of the pillars. I'll just briefly recap a few of these relationships. So starting with public safety, of course, that has a complete connection to Safest City. We mean it includes all parts of that framework. But from abundance of attainable housing, we see how public safety is addressed by providing high-quality utilities that support sustainable neighborhoods. From Youth Sports Capital, we promote interpersonal safety when we train coaches and mentors to foster secure, supportive environments for our young athletes. From the hub of entertainment and recreation, we ensure safe access with well-lit walkways, ramps, and transportation options at all of our fun places. And then finally, with Most Connected City, when we strengthen broadband and smart city tech, we form closer people-to-people ties that build safe community connections. As an example from infrastructure, infrastructure, of course, has a complete connection to Most Connected City as we enhance transportation networks and utilities by addressing deferred maintenance. From abundance of attainable housing, we ensure the right mix of supportive, transitional, subsidized, and private market options that generates that equitable housing infrastructure. And to be the easiest place to do business, we streamline access to water and utilities and internet, making site development seamless. Then moving to economic development, we can say that economic development's got a complete connection to the easiest place to do business when we foster entrepreneurship and business incubators. When we provide training and education that prepares residents for high-demand jobs like advanced manufacturing, we develop the most skilled workforce. And from abundance of attainable housing, when we analyze trends in population, commute times, zoning, job markets, we create policies with surgical precision to create that equitable and sustainable housing ecosystem. So, with the 3 pillars and the 7 priorities in place, we believe we have an effective final structure for the strategic framework. And here you'll see the overall design of the framework. It's designed to build momentum upward through each level into the 7 priorities to inform budget development and then into the 3 pillars that shape policy. This structure, in turn, feeds into our long-range plans. That ensures we complete our mission, realize our vision, fulfill our purpose. Now, we've just discussed those top 2 levels, so I'd like to share a little bit more about the other levels, starting with city programs. Last year at the retreat, you may recall we listed a program inventory as an important next step in our work. Well, we're happy to report that data collection is complete, and our budget office is now in the process of creating a final report to catalog over 200 city programs. This report will provide summary information about the scope of each program, including its relationship and the level of influence on each priority. We also collected data on the budget and staffing of each program, its availability, levels of demand, and even any legal or contractual mandates related to the program. The report will score all programs against a criteria that assesses its strategic relevance and value. And we look forward to sharing that report with you very soon. Now, by completing the program inventory, we can now begin a discussion about reporting for the strategic framework. Our aim is to develop a reporting process that is anchored around program activities and other city projects that span multiple programs. And today we'll provide a high-level example of how a city project connects to the pillars and priorities. But of course, if reporting is going to be based on program activities and projects, then the next level of the structure needs to be resources. And it's at this level of our structure where things like the budget development process, staff training, community collaboration, and the legislative agenda all collide and creates a complex challenge to organize and interpret so that we can make data-informed decisions based on reliable insights. So it's for this reason that the foundation of the structure needs to be data and the performance management process. To this end, we aim to develop a comprehensive data platform and performance management system. Rodney will be able to speak a little to that shortly, but first we'd like to share that high-level example of that city project and how it aligns with the framework. One of these days I'll get it right. The Windsor-Chavis-Noco Community Complex. It's a place that brings together a library, a rec center, and a beautiful park in one vibrant, community-driven hub. This transformative 65,000 square foot center is made possible through a powerful investment in our city's future. Funded by $10 million in federal pandemic aid and 2016 voter-approved bonds for design, along with $50 million from the 22 Greensboro bonds, $15 million from Guilford County, and $5 million from Cone Health for construction. This project reflects our shared commitment to address infrastructure. Additionally, a $4.3 million federal matching grant supports park development, while another matching grant of $75,000 from the Public Art Endowment brings commissioned art into this space. These investments ensure a world-class built environment with safe access where our creative economy can thrive. It's strengthening our neighborhood ecosystem and shaping an inclusive future. But this project was not just an idea born in a boardroom. It was a vision shaped by the voices of over 4,000 residents, and it was guided by the expertise of our city's library staff and made possible by a commitment to collaboration. Together, they recognized an infrastructure need, one that called for a space where learning, recreation, and connection could support economic opportunity and an exceptional quality of life. We are now seeing that vision brought to life. This exciting project is already underway with the groundbreaking on November 23rd of last year and construction starting early this year. And over the next 2 years, we will watch this vision take place. All right. So here you can see a little of how this project aligns with the priorities. Again, I'll cover just a few of the relationships listed here. So from the public safety pillar, we see that this center supports Safest City by providing educational programs that keep young people engaged, learning, and away from violence. Moreover, public health is another cornerstone of the Safest City. And with state-of-the-art teaching kitchens, fitness spaces, and health programs, this center ensures that residents have the resources they need for healthier lives. From a hub of entertainment and recreation, this facility supports adaptive and inclusive recreation, including ADA-accessible pathways and signage, and it ensures every visitor can safely access and enjoy this fun space. As it relates to Most Connected City for infrastructure, it promotes unimpeded exchange. Connectivity begins with access to ideas, resources, and each other. With a library, rec space, and park all in one location, this facility design breaks down barriers between people and knowledge. The center also integrates pedestrian-friendly transit links, creating seamless connections across neighborhoods and beyond. And additionally, strong policy coordination between the city and the county made this facility a model of sustainable design, proving that when we work together and connect, we build spaces that serve generations to come. Now, in the interest of time, I'll outline how this facility is a powerful tool for economic development as it aligns with priorities like most skilled workforce and abundance of attainable housing. Workforce development is key to economic success, and the center provides spaces for local entrepreneurs, vendors, and nonprofits to grow their business and serve the community. With maker spaces and lifelong learning programs, residents can gain new skills, innovate, and turn ideas into enterprise. And finally, a strong economy relies on vibrant, accessible neighborhoods. This center serves as a hub within the larger neighborhood ecosystem, attracting investment and supporting local business, creating that abundance of attainable housing. So as we invest in our 3 pillars, it's essential to develop a central repository for data. That's why we're proposing a new performance management process and data platform. But this powerful tool will seek to do more than be just another dashboard. We want to use this opportunity to mature our overall data culture by overcoming data silos and fragmentation. Our goal is to provide you with a single top-of-mind resource. Ultimately, we seek to simplify data before we drown in it.
Going back to what Dr. Love said a few moments ago, if they truly want to be the most desirable mid-sized city, our initiatives and projects need to align. This requires not only a transparent but actionable process that uses data, as David mentioned, uses data to help in the decision-making process. Operationalizing that idea is something that this group has worked with over the past year. We've vetted many tools, and during that process, we had 3 main goals. One is to not disrupt our staff's existing access to the tools that they use to do the good work that they do. Second is to ensure that project updates are easily updated to let the manager's office know when things change, giving him the ability to inform council, inform the residents at many different ways, from his desktop, from mobile devices, from any number of platforms. Earlier we talked about our 7 priorities. With the combination of the application and our processes, we will and we can connect our 7 strategic goals with our projects and allow the manager many opportunities to make adjustments when he sees fit, by providing timely updates when a project may be not going as, may run into unforeseen issues, a project that some of those issues may not be there, so we're able to provide the manager with the tools to let council know that we can not only meet this guideline, we're able to meet this goal, but meet it in a more quick manner. All to make sure that the city grows in being that more connected city.
And just to put some guardrails on this, to ensure that this is not just another dashboard, launch is going to be preceded by a comprehensive data inventory. The inventory is going to go beyond just identifying performance measures to include on the dashboard. This inventory is going to mature our overall data culture by mapping out our key data assets. That includes the data sets and types of data that are most frequently used right now, as well as the data collection tools, reporting challenges. We'll also identify who are our data champions, what are their skill sets, what skill sets and data do we need, and beyond. So by understanding where the high quality relevant data lives, where the gaps remain, the inventory will empower the framework to mature our overall data culture.
So the question remains, why do we need this now, and what is the value added? And that answer really hasn't changed much since our last conversation with you a year ago. Our goal really is alignment, synergy, working smarter, definitely not harder, to meet the goals that are outlined by the residents as communicated to you, and then translated into the work that we do at the city. We understand that this alignment also involves some fiscal responsibility. We're able to better assess the way in which the resources are utilized, but more importantly, where we have gaps in resources and how to leverage with collaborative partnerships as well as repurposing the resources that we have. All of this comes together by having this framework as a roadmap. Ultimately, it's a building block for the longer term goal. It's the building block to the end game. We know that it's highly likely that as councils change, city managers change, staff members change, you still want the viability of the goals as outlined so that the community can really see things come to fruition as requested. And the purpose of the framework is that even as the people change, the mission doesn't have to. And what we see with Windsor Chavis NoCo as one of our shining examples is that even though some of the players have changed over time, the mission, the ability to keep the main thing philosophically applied. What we want to do with this strategic framework was modeled by the work of Bridget and Nasha and a whole swath of city staff members and community stakeholders who, even as the players changed or the roles of the players changed, it was still able to be seen in the end as one of our most viable projects of 2024 coming into 2025. And so to that end, the strategic framework, while the epicenter, it does not in any way exist without proper legislative agendas and lobbying in the appropriate manner to make sure that the resources are prioritized in alignment with the priorities that you all have shared. It also means that the data feeds the likelihood of those particular projects coming to pass that are, again, in alignment, lockstep. And then finally, it also is fed by that resource usage availability. We know, as was mentioned only moments ago, that we have resource fluctuation. But resource fluctuation, according to the way this framework is designed, doesn't mean that projects all of a sudden have to go to the wayside. We just may have to get more creative in the way in which they unfold. And so ultimately, the reason we need the framework is because it serves as a compass that actually supersedes the roles of people, time that passes, and circumstances that sometimes become barriers. It lives. And so to that end, I want to give David the opportunity to just talk a little bit more about the way in which some of the data inventory pieces will be unpacked in the immediate future, and then I'll come back and finalize the next step pieces for how we'll move forward and hear from you.
Okay. Well, I think one of the primary outputs of the data inventory will be the development of a data dictionary. So we need to start speaking a common language around data and developing a lexicon of terminology. I frequently notice in our discussions references to things like mission, vision, values, purpose, priorities, pillars. What are we talking about? We are fragmented in so many ways, at that top level thinking that it's a serious threat to trying to understand how to interpret a data point that's down in the weeds, much less how to find it. So with the data dictionary, we're identifying, it's anchored around performance measures, but it identifies for that performance measure who is the assigned person to enter that data, what collection tool are they using, on what software, with how many user licenses, what are we budgeting for that software, how does the measure calculate the deliverable as a ratio, as a percentage, and what does that calculation look like, and kind of from there. That's just off the cuff, though.
No, that's exactly the appropriate next step. And so to that end, we know that you need to review this updated version of the framework and indeed adopt it, because we still want it to be a reflection of what you have in mind. But then to that end, we will move into that program inventory report and the data inventory so that we have some real data in real time, and then also continue vetting the proper platform so that that data translates. And finally, our goal is to begin implementation by July of 2025. And to that end, we definitely appreciate your time and your energy as it relates to the update for the strategic framework. And to whatever extent, we turn it back over to D'Alva and the city manager if there are questions.
That really was amazing and powerful. I think it's a great framework in terms of operationalizing the work that you do and ensuring the alignment with the priorities of the council. Great work.
One question for April and Dr. Love Jones. Can we get a copy? So yes, we'll provide council with a copy. And I will tell you all, this is one of my top priorities as well, is to establish this so that you all as council can solidify in a vote. And as you can see, they put a lot of time and will continue to put a lot of time. But it really is to solidify the work and then show you all what we're doing in a way that's measurable. I think that's one of the main goals that in my conversations with all of you is, how can we see some measurable outcomes? How can we see some metrics? And how can we see it? But the other part too is, how can we communicate more consistently and more fluidly? I know we send emails, we send updates. A lot of you, I'm looking around you, Hugh, I'm looking at somebody behind you over there. A lot of you ask for these types of updates and you ask questions, but they put a lot of time into that, and that was a big part. So, thank you.
There's just one quick piece of formality, but I think your comments really lead directly into the next piece of it, which is the goals and metrics. I will pause now for questions about anything that has been shared, because essentially what the team needs to understand is your feedback on this framework, because this will guide the work of the staff this year, as they so eloquently outlined in a very process-oriented format that I think will be really helpful for the rest of the staff of the city as well. So again, great job, team, on doing that. But are these the right priorities, and are these the right pillars?
Well, I think they align, but I will tell you, when we talk about data collection, there's a lot of data for us right now. So we still need to process this first. That's why I asked to be able to go through it. But you did match it to our priorities and our values and our goals. So I think that's the right track to be on.
Just let me say really quickly. The one point I think that's clear now for the staff to hear from the council is really your feedback at a 50,000-foot level, again, high level strategically, as you guide the work of the staff this year. Are these the three priorities that are primary focus areas, and then are these the 7 priorities? These are the same priorities from last year. You've seen very clearly the common threads through all the work that you do. So are there any changes? Is there anything missing? Is it still on target for what's there?
Same stuff.
Very good.
Because if you start changing again, you change the midstream to something else. Let's stick to what we talked about. Don't you agree?
Go ahead. These are the priorities that we decided on. But the thing
implementation. I'm glad to hear that they're keeping data on and keeping up with the progress, but we need to look at, are we really doing it? And I just wrote on that yesterday, someone said that even the safety, if the community isn't clean, or it has something to do with the public safety. So I think all of the things we're seeing, it means we have to look at what ordinances we have in place and which ones do we need to tweak or change to make it happen. I think that has been our point. We see a lot of things that need to be done. We talk about it, but then to take the action to make sure that it changes. And we talk about the economic resources, and we look at the big gap in income, and we look at the shortage of houses. So what do we do? Yeah, we need to get busy at doing some of those things to make it really happen.
Absolutely. So in this 10 seconds of the retreat is at the top two pillars, but what you're talking about, Councilmember Wells, is really about the program activities and project resources that are needed, which is where the meat and the care, where you really carry the work and see some of the outcomes. After this conversation, we'll actually move to goals and metrics, and then also talk about some oversight and governance routines where you can see where some of the updates are in a more readily and proactive way without having to ask for them. And then we'll have Councilmember Matheny and then
Mary, do you have your hand up?
No, I'll let Zach go first. He's been...
Everybody is so gracious to allow the person to go ahead who...
He's been chomping at the bit.
Who's controlling this? Can you go back or forward? That one. So we're not changing these. These are the things we've set forth for numerous years. So how are we doing? That's what I really want to know. Like I've talked to Trey, like a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. So what I would like to see on that slide right there is grades on how we're doing. Most connected city, we heard through the Vitals report at least, that we're not connected. The broadband issue, access, transportation. Youth sports capital, are we moving the needle? Safest city, I know violent crimes were down last year. Some other things may have been up, but let's quit talking about the same thing. Grade us and tell us where our opportunities are and threats, because we've heard this pitch before, with all due respect.
What's the name of the platform that you built out, right? Is it Achieve It?
Exactly.
Okay. And so, yeah, you will get just that. And so just to the team's credit, I wanted this ready in 2 months. They said, no, Trey, you need a little bit longer, but this is the type of feedback we got to have to make sure we get it right. And we've got from now until June to present it to you all for a vote. So this is great feedback.
Okay, so I was going to ask about, we talk about all of these things. Some of it is put in the media, some of it's put here, there, and beyond. And I know some goes on social media. But what I hear from community is they would love one place to go where they can find out what our goals are, find out what our priorities are, find out, well, like Zach said, where we stand, find out all of these things. I just don't know of one specific place people can go to, because they can call each of us and we can get a hold of staff, or we can get a hold of our assistant city managers.
You can get
You do more than me. But, yeah, and I understand about the data platform, but not everybody uses this. That's kind of where I was going, that how do we get this out in the community of what we're doing and where we are and how far we need to go and all that. And I realize, it's on YouTube, it's on this, but it's still huge trying to get it to the 302,000 people that need to know.
So you bring up an excellent point, and it's one of the things that the team has discussed many times. The reality is that the reason these data sets will exist is because they can be extracted and then communicated different places. People will not always have to come to Achieve It. It will be the responsibility of the staff to be very intentional about where some of these data highlights live in the community, whether it be community conversations and group gatherings or visuals that are very much so a part of mainstream site when you are out in the public, depending upon the type of event that's happening, et cetera. So our other piece of strategy is how to communicate the outcomes, how to communicate the report card in ways that don't require the community to work hard in order to find it.
That's great. I mean, yeah, if there's something or some kind of tool we can use. You know, we go to neighborhood meetings and are asked all the time, well, how are we doing on this, and this? And even if we could have one place, you know, like this to go to, and I understand what you're saying about the platform.
And you will. With the proper platform like Achieve It, one of our things that we vetted was ease of use when we were in communication with the vendors. Will city council members, will city managers, will the general public be able to access data sets in visual ways that make sense simply? And the answer was yes, which is what made Achieve It one of the most appealing platforms.
I will add as well, funny enough, when we were going through the process of vetting Achieve It, two voices rang in my mind, which was Councilmember Hightowers and Councilmember Matheny, because having that data at your fingertips, whether that is through your computer or your mobile device, is so important for all of you as you go out into the community. We have the ability to actually build dashboards to your individual liking, because what Councilmember Hightower might be focused on might be different for Councilmember Matheny. So we will be able to tailor. I will say, I've seen more alignment this year than ever, and it's a beautiful thing.
Looking in a mirror.
But you're looking
pretty good there, Zach.
At your fingertips to have that information. And to you, Councilmember Abuzawader, then when it's moments like you're on your calls for the concerned citizens of Northeast Greensboro, you can pull that data out, but then we can also quantify it, print it out, work with our libraries to make sure that our community hubs also have information available so we can communicate to those 302,000 residents.
Right. Very good. Any other questions?
I said talking about concerned citizens.
Any other feedback from the council regarding priorities? Very good.
Can I remind everyone, this is, I know after we leave here today, some of you will, please send me, I know you will, I'm asking for it, but. But this truly is about achieving what you all have put in place. And this is about ensuring that we carry on legacy, but also, carry on and continue existing things that we're doing. So this is about you all.
Well, one thing I will ask is why you may put it in one location to find, make it user-friendly. Because what we have going on, looking for lots or land or plant, it's not user-friendly. And maybe it's intended to be, start out, but most people can't maneuver it. So make it so Skylar can do it. She's 14 months old. So she knows how to get Miss Rachel. So make sure that we know how to get to the people in the community. When I send somebody to that website, I shouldn't get a call back and talk about how convoluted it is to get that information.
We understand that equitable access is what makes people feel like they belong. And so we will do our best to make sure that it's user-friendly so that everyone can feel like they have a piece of the pie, for a lack of better terms.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you again, team. Really great work. Please give them a round of applause. As you can imagine, anything that's so comprehensive, it's taken a lot of work for them to get to this point. So we really look forward to the outcomes, which I think will be really impactful in terms of driving the city forward and also arming you in terms of your decision making. Next, we'll talk about goals, specifically some of the metrics at a high level. Certainly, as they've explained, a part of the process will be to define specific goals. Councilmember Matheny mentioned SMART goals for each of those priorities and statuses on the pillars. But then there becomes the point about oversight and governance for you as a council. How do you do that more efficiently, effectively, stay engaged and aware of what's going on at the appropriate levels that allows the city to the manager to run the city and the staff, the work of the staff, but also that you're able to ensure that your constituents are engaged, aware, informed, and that you can have a space to provide feedback from them as well. So I'll ask the manager to come up now and talk about governance, oversight, and goals.
So as not to talk at you too long, and I know we are coming up on the close of this session, and I want to give the mayor an opportunity to really hit the meat of this. There are 2 quick points, and I don't have anything to put in front of you because this is developing. But I've asked 2 folks in the city manager's office to lead 2 very important components that, what you just saw in the strategic framework, this is where we will actually make it work. And one of the things that I heard consistently from you all is accountability. How are we holding our departments accountable, and how are we ensuring that performance is being measured amongst our department leaders and our department performance on a regular basis? So Nasha McCray has led the internal reporting team that will be presented to you. It will be prepared to be rolled out. Nasha, I'm thinking about the same time as the strategic framework. The internal reporting structure will marry with what you saw in the metric that measures performance and measures goals. And then Larry Davis is going to highlight and talk about what I feel like is my crown jewel, is the reintroduction to council of the subcommittee structures. I'll tell you, that the last couple of weeks I've really listened to all of you, whether it's council meetings, whether it's text messages to me, whether it's in conversations that, hey Trey, we need a work session on this. Hey Trey, where's this project? So it continued to drive the thought in me that we need a more consistent basis by which we're working on projects together. One thing I talk about you all often, don't worry, it's good when I talk about you. But the thing that I tell people is that I have a working council that wants to work. None of you are lazy by any standard, and you're prepared and you're ready to get to work, and you want to be alongside the work. And the other thing that I feel like these 2 components will do for us is close a loop that all of us in leadership, whatever range, whatever stage you are in leadership, you've heard one word consistently that makes everything work, and that is communication. It's all about communication. It's all about more consistent communication. It's all about better modes of communication. And the other thing is, it gives us an opportunity to communicate together. I think, for a while, our culture was, whether it's because we were in COVID or whatever we were in, we were used to emails to each other. But I got to tell you, emails just don't work. A lot of times context gets lost in translation. The explanations get lost. But again, these 2 components for me are very important for the work that I feel we are going to accomplish together. So Nasha, can you get us kicked off just a few minutes to talk about internal reporting structure, and then Larry, can you explain? And I want to give them, Dialva, I want to give them most of the time to talk back at me about this one.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manager. So just succinctly, the internal reporting structure is more than just a framework or a software or a program. It's more of a leadership strategy, and it represents the way that we'll shift the culture of our organization to greater accountability, while also being more data-driven in our decision-making, as well as being more results-oriented. And so as our manager stated, our desire is to communicate more clearly with council, with the public, and even amongst ourselves internally, holding our leadership accountable for the results that we're expected to produce. And so a great example of this strategy and tool is it's often seen in public safety. So you have those ComStat meetings. So if you've watched any public safety shows or police shows, usually you start off with a briefing, and you may have the chief with their captains or their top leadership, and they go over metrics, they go over statistics, and that way they're making sure that they're holding folks accountable for reducing the crime rate. And so our iteration here and desire here is to to produce that same type of work strategy amongst our leadership within the organization. One, so that way we can identify who's actually responsible for doing what. It makes those overarching goals and priorities that we've been talking about for the last 2 days, it makes them much more tangible, and it gives us very clear, more focused problems that we're trying to solve, and it allows us to meet more regularly to communicate how we're making progress towards resolution for those problems. So right now, internally, our leadership team, we meet quarterly, and so a lot of times we're all gathered in a space and we are going around the room giving critical updates about what's happening throughout the organization. We're also doing check-ins on progress of some things that are hot button items, but this allows us to sort of shift that and be more focused on actually accomplishing and tackling strategic either issues or problems, so that way we can have more results. We're meeting much more regularly, so instead of quarterly, we would then meet maybe monthly, and we would have everybody at the table that is key to that process. So for example, if our strategy would be to reduce crime, we know that can be multifaceted. We know we would need to have the police chief in the room. We may need to have the Parks and Rec director in the room. We may need to have the library and the history museum director in the room, maybe even our chief creative economist. It may even be that we may need to bring in some of our infrastructure department leadership as well, because they're all impacting our crime rates. And so that way we know we're all working on a shared issue, and then we're meeting regularly to talk about what are those problems. We can identify them faster, we can pivot faster, but then we can also shift, create those results and resolve it, and then maybe move to the next issue. So that's in the gist of what the concept is for our internal reporting structure. It's not something that is new. It's been a performance leadership strategy that's been around for about 35 years. Across different agencies nationally. And again, you can modify it based on what the need is in your particular community, but we feel like this would be a more effective way to not only hold our department leaders and our subject matter experts responsible, but it'll help to drive the results that we aspire to see.
Thank you, Nasha. Larry, can you talk about the development or the reintroduction of the subcommittee structure? And I will tell you, Larry has labored through, he didn't just read a few things and put it together. He's done research. He's done travel. I don't know how far Larry traveled. But Larry, can you talk a little bit about that?
All the way to Winston-Salem and back. So the themes you've heard yesterday and today about communication, information, and accountability all kind of coalesced, I think, for the manager around how do we communicate on an ongoing basis with our elected officials. Currently, it's 2 council meetings a month and then periodic work sessions that either do or do not work as manners of providing you data and information for your decision making. So Trey asked me to reconsider a concept that we tried about a decade ago, which some of you no doubt remember because you were part of those efforts, where rather than using the work session process, we used a subcommittee process to provide council members with opportunities to become more engaged and involved in more deeply felt conversations and study about particular issues and items that you and then could educate and discuss with the committee as a whole, meaning the full council. So we did go back. I did have an opportunity over the last couple of months to have several conversations with leadership in the city of Winston-Salem, and in particular with the mayor of Winston-Salem, who has been there for a good while and has lived through this process now through multiple iterations of Winston-Salem city councils. And I finally told him, I said, you know, we have a council that may be somewhat skeptical about this process. Help me with the elevator pitch. If you were talking to them, elected official to elected official, how would you convince them that this is an effective way to communicate and make decisions? And some of the things that he mentioned, first and foremost, he felt like the subcommittee process did allow council members who had particular areas of interest and expertise to really focus on those areas and really study those areas and become real subject matter experts in those areas. We've talked generally about 3 subcommittees that would mirror our largest priorities: infrastructure, economic development, and public safety. All of you are interested in all of those, but all of you probably have particular interest in one or more of those that you would like to become part of a more detailed and in-depth conversation. This subcommittee process allows that to happen. The other thing that the mayor noted was these subcommittees do allow for opportunities for leadership within this structure. But as a committee chair, you get to help define and lead the conversation and set the narrative and set the agenda for those particular areas of emphasis. He also said with quite a bit of pride, quite honestly, that our business meetings are fantastic because they rarely go more than an hour because our subcommittees have done all the work. So by the time we get to the committee of a whole, our meetings look great. We look well-intentioned and well-organized. So I don't think he would mind me sharing any of that with you as a group because I told him this was something that the city manager was going to be asking council for consideration. I won't get into too much calendar stuff just yet, but conceptually, we'd be probably looking at one day a month where these committees would meet one right after the other, so you would have the ability to attend the committee you're on, but also the other committee sessions if you so choose. So as an example, currently you meet on first and third Tuesdays of the month. The second Tuesday of the month could be committee month, where you might have the Public Safety Committee meeting from 1 to 2:30, Economic from 2:30 to 4, Infrastructure 4 to 5:30, something like that. So that way the meetings are the same day of the month, every month. We would give you some time to adjust calendars accordingly, but again, you would have the opportunity to attend your assigned committee, but also the other committees as you so choose. And that does happen in Winston. The mayor was very clear to me that yes, we have some council members who go to their committee and their committee only, and then we have other council members who attend every committee meeting because they want to hear every conversation. He says that is not a problem for us. He says we absorb that without any real problem. So let me stop. Trey, with the other thing.
Timeline-wise, we were thinking, if this is something that you all have the appetite for, we were thinking around August implementation time. That would give us time to draw up the strategic framework, build a metric, have a few of the internal reporting structure sessions, and give us some meat for these sessions that we go into. So I'll stop now. Diava, can you facilitate this next part? Because I want to listen to them.
Absolutely. I want to know that Larry talked to anybody besides Winston-Salem.
We looked at some other cities, but Winston was so close and their folks were so willing to talk. I got most of my front data from them. But I went back and studied the two cities that we looked at 10 years ago were Raleigh and Charlotte, and back then we didn't adopt their particular processes for various reasons, so I stuck with the one that was most closely aligned to what...
Is Raleigh still using?
Yes. They still have a process.
And Winston has been using this for quite some time.
They have, and they have short meetings. Because, yeah, they do.
No, and this is, Jamal was the one who introduced this to our council.
Quick question.
It didn't work exactly this way. This sounds like a better approach to me than the approach we took before.
What happened previously? Why are we not doing this now? Why did we stop doing it?
I think my recollection is the way it worked before. Is sort of each committee had the agenda items that were on our consent agenda
primarily.
And it was sort of like we were holding kind of a mini consent agenda meeting, and it just wasn't effective.
It wasn't working.
This is a totally different approach, which I think is certainly much more workable than what my recollection what we tried before.
How would this one be different?
Well,
how do you see that?
These are real committee meetings with council. The others were open to these would be open to the public too.
But no, it was the same thing because Jamal Fox brought it forth from Winston-Salem.
I wasn't sure.
And it was the very
we
same
carried it out the same
and
way.
I didn't like it then. I don't like it now. And so what happened then was you pick a topic you want to be at. But if you want to know about what's going on with the other committee, you got to spend the whole day sitting in their committee meetings. But I felt like too that you didn't have much input when you got a committee over here that focuses on this. So you go and you visit and you sit there with them while they're talking. But where's your input? Where's your value in that? And I personally, that's just me, I I didn't see it working, and I didn't like it then. I told you already. So this is not new what I'm saying to you.
Were there 5 members on
Sounds to me like Larry is describing something different.
It sounds different, but I don't
from what we tried before.
My recollection at the time, and I was a department head at the time, so I only went when called or.
I mean,
or
these were sort of
invited.
like mini council meetings with agenda items, and we didn't really have much discussion.
And you had 5 members
The
in those
structure.
meetings?
No,
It was 4, I think, on each.
Some people were on more than one committee. So
I mean,
some
I led
4.
one. I can't remember.
Could there have been 5 persons in one of those? Previously, could there have been 5 members in a meeting?
Well, it could be because it's published. It's a public meeting. So,
And I think too, I know we talked about timing and the order of the meetings. I think all of that is probably still up for discussion in terms of when the actual meetings are. And the question is really more about, from a governance and oversight standpoint, this is really putting a bow on governance and oversight in terms of the strategic priorities and the pillars that you said. So this is a space for you to engage in those. And in terms of agenda, here's where some of the larger projects and initiatives in terms of what that will fall under the public safety, infrastructure, economic development, some of those initiatives, this is where some of the work of that initiative will happen, where council members will have an opportunity to engage and provide their feedback without reading or having to call someone or to request a work session. And the agendas build on themselves because it's a matter of doing the work. And so for the staff, the subcommittee meetings will become a matter of process for them as well, because they know that they need to update, engage, get your feedback in the space that's dedicated for you to be a part of the work as well.
Councilor Holston, go back to your question. I went back and looked at I'm sorry. I went back and looked at the minutes from those meetings, from the time that the committee structure went in place. It lasted a little less than a year. And when it was dissolved, some of the comments that were made at the time was, we want our work sessions back. So what that tells me is these committees, these subcommittees that were essentially supposed to provide you the opportunity to have in-depth conversations and ask the kind of questions that you would ask at a work session, for whatever reason, never materialized. Part of it may have been literally the room, because all of these meetings were in council chambers rather than plaza level. So it had a sense of being, well, we're not really here to talk, we're just here to vote. When in fact, it was supposed to be a work session. You as a subcommittee were there to dive into whatever the topics were. But I think part of it was people were just like, oh, I'm at the dais again. I guess I'm just supposed to vote yes or no.
It was like having a mini council meeting. We actually had our items from the consent agenda, and it was not a discussion, really, and that was why it was not useful. But
So if you had
proposing something different.
So if you had 5 like-minded council members sitting in that chamber and they all agreed 5-0 that this is a great idea, it would then go to the consent agenda? But if the 6th member sitting on the outside had a better idea, more effective, and wasn't a part of it, then they came in and would have to pull it off the consent agenda and then have the conversation?
Yeah, I don't think it would necessarily. Yeah, I don't think it would necessarily go to. So think about this as a project working meeting. So I've heard many of you ask for working sessions to provide your feedback and get your hands dirty around some of the larger initiatives. That is what this is. You will influence it, and all of you will have the opportunity to do that. But this may be an opportunity for some of you to chair the subcommittees and for each of you to participate. It will be available for everyone to participate there. But it's really a project working meeting that includes the council members. Maybe a way to think about that. I think Councilmember Thurm was next, and then we'll go to Hightower and Wells.
My gut reaction is I am willing to try it. I'm willing to experiment with it and say that, it would evolve and exactly how it works along the way. I think having everything in one day is not a great idea, because if you are busy, you're sick, you're out of town, whatever, in one day, that means you miss everything that the city was working on that day. I think if we looked at, just throwing out the second week of the month, and you had one on Tuesday, one on Wednesday, one on Thursday, perhaps, or whatever, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, that would give council members more possibilities for being involved and listen and hear, have more input and more to watch. I'm willing to try it if, I know the city manager Davis talked to me about it before he was city manager Davis. I think he probably talked to almost all of us about it. I'm willing to give it a try. If it's something that he wants to try, I'm willing to try it. And if we don't like it and we can't massage it to a point that we do like it, then we change it.
Councilmember Hightower?
So as someone who was here when it was tried, for several reasons. First of all, you take away the transparency of this process. Because you start having these subcommittee meetings, people can't attend, and then you go to council, and then you speed through council. It's like you have no discussion at council. So it happens in a vacuum. And so we keep talking about being transparent and knowing what we're doing in government. But this really does minimize it, cut it out. I saw it because I was there when this process was tried. And I tried it because Jamal wanted to try it. So we went along with him trying it. He brought it from Winston-Salem. That's where he got it from. But it did not work in the spirit of the way Zach wants to have a work session. We go to that work session. We all feed into that discussion and that conversation. We arrived at a conclusion. Three members sitting on a committee that arrive at a conclusion that the other people don't have any input in. And that becomes, to me, a problem. Because then you're having a discussion about something that may impact the constituents that I represent, and I've had no voice in it. Or my voice is minimized because you made certain decisions based on what you want. Staff should be telling all of us the same thing at one time. You shouldn't get it your way and then get it in a group over here. And so if I chose economic development, for example, so then I'm not in on hearing about public safety and their need for more staff or their need for more guns, whatever that is. Okay? I personally, I hear what you're saying, try something, but I've been there. And I was right there on the front line when it was going on, I think along with the mayor and all of us were there, Mayor Kay and all of us. But I heard from many who said, y'all just want to go to a meeting and go home. What did you do? What are you talking? Y'all didn't talk. You don't talk about anything. That's just my.
Thank you, Councilmember Hightower. I think thank you for your feedback. I think it's a really important point. And I think the takeaway for this team also is that you really can construct it to be whatever you need it to be. Think about it as a high level. The staff is asking you for a place on the calendar that they may meet with you around these pillars once a month. So it can take the fashion of a work session, and it actually should, because you're likely going to be focused on several large initiatives. Manager, I think there's a really important point of clarification that you might want to speak to or clarify if there's a need to do so. But I think it's important to say that everything that happens in the committees is available to everyone and also to the public. They will be televised, so the transparency is there. But also I think the point about consent agenda is that the purpose is not that things will come out of that and go to a consent agenda. There will still be council discussion as they would be around the number of things. If you could speak with that a little bit, I think that's a good point of clarification.
I need to head out, so I just want to jump
thank
in
you,
real
please.
quick. So yes, I was here when we did the committee structure, and I told Trey my reservations. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't try it again. I speak with Alan Joins often, and it seems to work really well for Winston. The issue I think that we have is that we are an extremely active city council, and it's hard for us to give up, let's say, our research into a project, or to give up control over a vote and defer to the judgment of 3 or 4 other council members. And so that really turned to be the biggest logjam, was that there would be these committee meetings, they would get well discussed, they would come to council with a recommendation, and then the discussion would start all over again. We have to find a way to move beyond that, or there's no reason to look at the committee structure because we're just doubling our work. And so I think it needs to be a real culture shift in our council that we're willing to defer to the judgment in some cases to our colleagues.
And also sustain by process, also that there may be an opportunity to ensure that some of the information is shared after the subcommittee meetings as well. Councilmember Abuzawader?
Yeah, I just want to say I was heavily in on with the committees back in the day when we first had them, and I think the goal of the committees was to discuss things and then report back to the entire council, but that's not what happened. It was more so that everybody wanted to be involved then, and yes, it was at the dais, which I think was intimidating to anybody wanting to come and watch, in the audience, any of our residents. Yeah, we took on some rather controversial items as well, which I think should not be something that a committee should delve into. I think that needs the guidance of your staff, city manager, and everyone involved, whether it be public or not. So it was just tough because it didn't quite fulfill what you consider a committee to be. To delve into something and then report back. It didn't fulfill that.
Very good, thank you. That's great. Councilor, please forgive me, Councilmember Wells. I've skipped you twice.
I'm sorry. I wasn't involved in this committee where I went off the council and came back, so this must have happened. But the thing that sounds different to me is the first thing is the part of this, our strategy, part of our goals that you are absolutely interested in. If you're interested in economic development, if you're interested in public safety, or if you're interested in infrastructure, you would choose which group you would like to be in. Even though we don't meet in committee, we know who is the person that's going to be on one subject or the other subject. All of us have our interests. So the way I see the committee is that the people that have that specific interest, they would work with the staff that is focused on that. And if that wasn't my particular interest, I still could go to their committee meeting. This set of what we've been doing here is discussing among ourselves. Now, when you say it was in the chamber, that right there was a barrier.
It was, absolutely.
Yeah, that was a barrier. You sitting up there, you can't, it was too formal. But we've been talking and coming up with things, and we do get along with each other. So you can talk about stuff and disagree, and and then come up with. They would be, I guess you have a chair of the committee. That committee chairperson could bring back the findings, but I think it would be like many work sessions focused on a subject, and the people who were the committee members would be like the experts or the ones who really delve into it. Because some of the things I'm more interested in than others. But, and Sharon's talking about it would take you a whole day. It takes our whole day already. You got my calendar, you got a 9 o'clock meeting, you got a 2 o'clock meeting, you got a 6:30 meeting. If I knew one day was dedicated to that, that would be the day that I would set on my calendar.
But that's a 6-hour day as opposed to a 2-hour work session where you have and you discuss a certain topic.
Well, it's 2 hours. You choose. You don't want, if you don't want to come to but one, you come to one.
Are you being fair to your constituents who expect you to sit in this seat and know what's going on in their community? And are you being really fair to them to say, well, I'm only on the economic, I don't, now they might be talking about it over there. But
no, I wouldn't say that, because I wouldn't want them to know that I didn't know what was going on in the community.
But they're going to know that because they're going to say, well, you on the housing committee. But what's going Well, now,
Well,
you might want to talk to Sharon.
With Sharon,
Something
to
that
be honest, you know a whole lot more about MWBE than I do. That's your interest, and that's your passion. But I still know something about what's going on.
You know
And if
about
anybody, and I would know about what went on with the rest of them.
But
That's the way I think. So I'm willing to try.
Feedback from,
Just one question.
thank you, Councilmember Hopkins.
Does Winston have work sessions at all? No.
Generally, no.
It's just, they just use committees.
They do reserve the right to call what they call committee of the whole, which is city council.
Okay, which is council.
And I will tell you, so one of the things in Larry's research, and to Councilwoman Hightower's point, that is top of mind, the relevance to making sure that we maintain transparency. So there's an intentionality not to put items that we know the whole council will want to put on. This is largely going to be reserved for items like we talked about. We talked about the strategic framework. We talked about larger projects. We talked about those things that we want to make sure that you all are part of working through. Those are the things that will fill up the content of these.
So you're saying that in addition, in that case, in that scenario, in addition to these many MINI sessions, there will also be full work sessions.
So so Larry and Angie would not let me remove the whole work session agenda for this purpose. But we still will maintain opportunities for those Thursday work sessions if needed. Yes.
I think we've been talking about change.
Y'all wore me out.
Councilman Pinger and Mathenia would like for you to lean in on the topic.
I'll tell you this, we did committees 12, 15 years ago. I know I led the Economic Development Committee and the Public Safety Committee.
I did public safety.
You did public safety. But we were on it together.
Yes,
and you were on Economic Development together.
Yes.
And some good things came out of it. I'm not trying to usurp anybody on what they may or have a passion about. I don't quite understand if you got 5 council members, how that works. Besides, they were open. I think we had 4 back in the day.
Yeah, and they were open.
Yeah. I'm all for streamlining, but this is a part-time job, and I have a full-time job, and I have a full-time job as a parent. I love y'all. I can't spend too much more time with you during the week. But if it does help streamline the meetings on a Tuesday night, then I'd be open to trying something.
Which is what it does.
Yeah, I picked up on that.
And I think that's my concern. And so not pointing fingers at folk, but when I look at county commission meetings, they last less than an hour most time. They're in and out, boom, bam. You don't really know what you just talk about. And it's important because I'm a county resident as well. So I want to hear, but often you don't. I don't know where they plan their stuff at, but when they come in, it's usually like, is that an agenda? Yeah, okay. Next item, move on. And they're,
So,
unless they go
here's
into
a
a
question.
closed session for 3 hours. Now, they might go in a closed session a long time, but
Here's a question. I think this is where the city manager's going. If not by committee structure, how could we streamline our city council meetings so that the citizenry don't fall asleep while we're meeting? They get all the information they need. Everybody gets their opinion out, but we're not belaboring the meeting unnecessarily. Is that fair?
And yes, and I'll say the other part also is a lot of times we get into the Tuesday night meetings and you all want more detailed information. And I'm going to tell you a serious reality. Tuesday night is not the time to hash out because staff are in a position that they've already worked through it.
It should not be as planning. Our Tuesday meetings are not a planning meeting.
No,
Those are business meetings. To make decisions about things that we're already should be informed.
Right.
Is Councilman Pinder now ask a question of the council? Thank you.
as the newest member, and I'm just trying to take all of this in, but I do believe in a streamlined approach because it's most efficient. And I guess, as y'all said, it's customizable. So again, we try it, and then as we're talking now, how do we bring up the things that's most important for us? But how do we? It's called shared accountability. So if we're doing this or trying this, what are those accountability measures we're putting in place to make sure that nothing is falling through the gap, so to speak? So I'm willing to try. And if it doesn't work, you go back, because that's all about continuous improvement.
Is the council, thank you, Councilmember Pender. Is the council open to have the manager and staff come back with a framework that addresses many of your concerns and creates a place to move forward?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm willing to listen.
Yes. Yes. We're willing to see things move forward, and we can't move forward and stand where we are.
Yes, because I think some of the details we've discussed here today, the staff haven't finalized really, but the point is to make sure that you really have a place for governance and oversight and engagement outside of your business meetings, but outside of a phone call to staff or a working session that may or may not include everyone. Councilmember Advisor Waiter, and then Sir.
What I've seen over the years is council, of course, wanting more information during the meeting. Is there any way to structure committees so that, and I realize this is the concept of what is needed, but it's like a pre-agenda meeting for the public safety items, but yet we can also touch on a few of the other ones as well. It's not like, I think that's the thing that's giving everybody heartburn, is if you call it this and then you're not going to discuss anything else. But all council members, at least this council I've noticed, wants to be involved in all of the items. So at some point, but if we have like a pre-agenda safety committee, but yet it will touch on, because we say it's all connected, housing and anything else that comes down the line that is connected. If we're connected and if we're doing all the things we say on there, then yeah, it's not just public safety, it's also the housing and the transportation and all of those things. So those items could be secondary, but you're going to focus on those public safety items, for instance. I'm just using that as a sample.
And all of the projects with
That was part of the last project. That was because.
No, I mean touch on the, I'm saying touch on the other things.
But if you go into a meeting that's designed to be public safety, but then you bring in housing, you bring in all that other stuff, then you've got another work session. You might as well just have the work session, let everybody get off their chest, and tell the man, okay, Zach has been saying for how long? Let's have a housing work session, housing work session, housing work session. Why haven't we had it? I mean, so we could do that. But do we want to commit ourselves to, okay, I'm going to come to your meeting, then I'm going to go to Tammy's meeting, and then I'm going to go to
I have to be on YouTube so we can watch it.
Right. So, I mean, you know what, and as far as our calendars, I go to neighborhood meetings all the time, but I want to go informed, not just have it. And that's what their emails to me say. Come and give us an update on what the city is doing. And so that's what
well, we can always tweak it if it doesn't work.
Yeah,
we can design this. It doesn't have to be just like Winston-Salem. It doesn't have to be just like it was. Let's design our own committee structure, how we want it. Or let the staff bring it to us, and then we tell them where we like it or not.
We all get our agendas on Thursday. We have from Thursday until Tuesday at 5:30 to get any questions answered about any item on that agenda.
You're right. We just need to read it on Thursday.
That's correct.
And that's what I do.
Now, there may be still something that
comes up that you think of.
That you need.
Right.
But there is some preparation on our part, I think, for the Tuesday business meeting.
Ready,
Yeah, I think it just needs that framework. I'm willing to listen to what the city manager has to offer. I'm not quite yet sold on it because as Jamila said, streamlining it. If we streamline it, but then it gets out of control, and we end up with 5 more meetings, and the council meetings are the same, then we haven't accomplished anything.
That ain't gonna work.
So, questions that come up that probably could have been answered between Thursday and Tuesday, they come up on Tuesday, and we have to go through the whole process again. And is that effective? Is that efficient? Is that the best use of our time? We're all busy, and this would make us a little bit busier. And I just wonder if there's going to be a framework that we can all agree to up front, so that we don't, so that I don't pop in on Tuesday and just blow up 3 committee meetings.
And that generally what's going to happen, because something's going to come up we didn't know about.
I would like to say, if we're going to move forward where you all continue to talk and come back to us with an approach, I want to make sure that we all take into consideration that almost half of this board, you're talking about implementing this in August, almost half of this board will change in November, and maybe well over half of this board will change in November, maybe the whole thing.
Maybe the whole board.
So whatever you do, I'd love for you to keep in mind that we're going to have to educate a lot of new people on a lot of new things starting in November or December, and we just need to build that into your planning process.
It won't be new to them.
Very good, thank you. Are there any other comments on this topic?
The city is new to them.
Yeah, but you get a whole nother.
How things work.
Right. So you only talk about implementing August, September, October.
Might as well.
You need that much time?
You take y'all to August to tell us what to do.
We can go.
No, I think the framework could.
That I already got it ready.
I get June and July.
And we're going to go in elections, some of us. So you want to have.
So you need to get that going right away, just so we can practice.
Before some of you head out.
Before we go, give y'all some practice.
Then you're gonna be out.
Give y'all some practice.
Thank you. Thank you for your feedback and such a great discussion. And thank you. I know it's been a long 1.5 days. Thank you so much for leaning in, your feedback, your engagement, excitement, and passion around all of the topics that we've covered today. I also want to thank all of our support staff, all of the team who just did an amazing job to get us to this point around some of the documents and contents and information that we pull forward. Also, thank you to all of our presenters who shared and all of our experts and guests who were here. I want to make sure that you are aware that we have recorded all of your action items and parking lot items. So everything that you kind of asked for, although you said it, we were capturing that, and we'll make sure that the staff has those things. And then I'll open the floor now for any closing comments, and ask that the manager comes and closes the retreat after your closing comments. Thank you. Councilmember Thurman?
I think it's been a good 2 days. I would say that this was the least inflammatory, argumentative, challenging strategic planning session retreat.
But not finished yet.
That
So Tammy, sorry.
That I've been a part of, and that's in large part thanks to, partially to council that tends to work better now than as a group than we did a while ago, and a large part to you, and the facilitator, to the staff, the city manager, in terms of a plan forward. I'm looking forward to receiving that and seeing how we go. But it was nice to have a nice working 2 days with the group. I think that was a real strength of this session.
Very good.
I think he was next, and then.
Okay.
I will say, Alba, to you and your team, thank you. Something that you did early on yesterday, I thought was very important. Not that we don't realize it, but you reminded us for an extended period of time that we are looking at this from a high level. not necessarily in the weeds, getting down, and our job is to set the vision for the city manager, who then sets the vision and executes it with the team. And I felt that this retreat, we kept it at the high level. We didn't dive down into the minutia that is tempting to get into because we care and we're passionate about things. But that's the city manager's job, and him and his staff. And so I felt it was successful from that standpoint, that we kept it at that high level, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nancy Hoffman? I just wanted to say, Ms. Arnold, I think you listened to your conversations with each of us prior to this, and I think this was I think this was visible in terms of how this 2 days progressed. I give City Manager Davis kudos for really, putting together, perhaps with you as well, the framework for the topics and who we heard from. I think it was all really very pertinent, and it gave us an opportunity to do some higher level thinking and have some conversation, and I hope feedback that will sort of guide us through this next budget season as we go through that.
Anyone else?
Do we wrap it up?
We're wrapping up.
So to Tammy's point about how just recently in the last few years we've started working better together, I'd like to take full responsibility for that. As the new person on council the last 2 years, so you're welcome.
Love you.
Jamila, don't mess it up.
It's all on you now.
Welcome to you. I know this is probably a lot, 2 days. It was a lot when I first got elected in 2007. Some would say 20 years later, I still don't know what I'm doing, but it gets easier because things get repetitive. And so I know you're drinking from a fire hose proverbial right now, but you're going to make a great addition to the city and oversight. Thank you for your help. And, Mr. Manager, I think what you saw here the last 2 days is support for you, support for where you're taking us, where you want to take us, where you want to take the city. And I hope you feel that because I think by and large, I don't want to speak for anybody individually, but you have 100% confidence in us, from us, by us. And so, the only reason I say things like I do is I want achievables, I want measures. I don't want to just regurgitate the same things every year. I want it to be, what opportunities do we have? Where are our threats? Like we talked about inflation, and where, the opportunities, and let's go. So, thank you all.
Anyone else? Go ahead. Sharon? Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we've had 2 good days. We started at the way level, but then we got down to make some decisions. And one thing that we didn't really hit hard enough, I think, but maybe these ways of economic development we could get to. We got to close that gap. That income gap that's horrible for our city. To say that the black folks don't make but $26,000 a year. That's terrible. Now we need to be able to do something with these plans that we're doing, that we need to try to close that gap. And so I'm hoping that the economic development will help, but having houses that people can't buy won't help. Having houses that people can't rent won't help. We need to close that gap, find a way to help those people. And I think somebody said it, that they focused on the companies that come in, that those companies had to say that they were going to hire people from the area that had the lowest income. And we may need to tap that on when we're giving these incentives.
It's already there.
Well, we need to reinforce it.
But we're not enforcing it.
Let's enforce it.
That's the problem.
Let's enforce it. When they come in here, and we know where the gap, that crescent, that's Sharon, that's me, Sharon, and Tammy. We in that crescent. Our folks make less than anybody. So since we know that, we tell folks, you need to hire people from these areas here.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Goldie. Sharon?
Well, I mean, to kind of go, I was going to bring that up too, Goldie. When you talk about data collection, I'd like to know where we are with that incentive, how we have achieved it, because it's already in the policy. It's in the policy to use WPEs. It's in the policy to make sure they pay our starting wage, not a $7.25, whatever our starting wage is, for them to pay that. But they get an extra bonus for hiring individuals from impact zones 1 and 2. Okay? But what do the numbers look like? And I think part of it is, and I'll say this out loud, I think we're scared to have that conversation. We got it in there, but we won't have that discussion up front with folks about how important it is to meet those metrics and how that will boost a community. Because that is a horrible wealth gap. Horrible. Just like the health gap. We're never going to be able to be successful anyway because we don't have the money to go to the doctor, so we can't afford the doctor.
That's right.
We go to the emergency room, we get our leg cut off because we ain't been taking medicine. And that's where we will always wind up if we don't push this envelope further and say, this is our mandate. All those values don't mean a thing if you can't impact people who have the most need. And we know who those residents are. We know where they live, and we know what we got to do. Housing is great, certainly, but again, you know, they got to be able to afford that. Plus, a living wage looks like. You know, I would have liked to have had more discussion around that economic development piece, and we didn't. I mean, because I think that's a catalyst to how you grow in this city. We can all be proud of what jobs we brought here, but let's look at what the impact has been from those jobs and how we can make sure that it is an impact, particularly in the areas of need. It's been a great session. I enjoyed the conversation. Staff did great presentations. I'd like to have them all so I could go back through them myself and see them. And I appreciate them understanding the important need of it. But I really would have liked for us to have delved deeper into some of those areas where we know we really are struggling. But thank you all. I appreciate you, Mr. City Manager. I'll be in your ear right regular, so just keep it ready, because I'm going to be in some more. But thank you for your work. Appreciate it.
Okay, Jamila.
Yeah, just thank you for the 2 days. I like how it was structured with here's the information, so then we can come back today and really think about where we need to go deeper. So thank you for that time, and thank you for putting this together.
And I'll close this out by saying that I really appreciate those pre-meetings we had on what we would like to see, and it really helped because I felt like it kind of kept us on track. You know, we did go over or under a few times, but pretty much it ended up that everything turned out okay on time-wise. And so I personally appreciate that. Mr. City Manager, of course, I think this is one of the best retreats we've had. I hesitate saying that because they've all had something good come out of them, but I do think that in terms of continuity, consistency, and you know, having some really good presentations. And yes, I understand there's a lot we need to work on, especially in the economic development area on salaries. However, too many times we listen to outside influences that are so negative about us, and we never celebrate the good things that we've done. So do we have a lot of things we need to work on? Of course. But I think we also need to celebrate, as the city manager has helped us do as well, on the things, and the deputy city manager and staff, on the things that we have done well. We've done well in so many areas, so much more than a lot of other municipalities. So, and ending up on that note, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
So
closing comments.
Anyone else? City manager wants to close?
So before,
we already adjourned, sorry. No.
Before the manager comes up, I do want to thank you again for allowing myself and the team from D. Wilson Agency to facilitate the retreat this year. We work with a number of city councils. It has been a pleasure getting to know each and one of you and to consult with the manager and the staff on the retreat this time. I think Greensboro is an amazing city, as you all know, and poised for such great promise and progress under the leadership of the manager, and it's a pleasure and an honor to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, D'Alva, and I will be very quick. I do want to take a very quick moment to say thank you to the ACMs and the deputy manager for all their work. And then if you'll look in the back, the executive directors in the back, they are a huge part of this, and then all the other staff that are here as well that did presentations. The clerk's office, thank you. Our GTN staff who made sure they got the right angle of my face. And D'Alva and your team, thank you. And most importantly, I've just got to say this has been an amazing opportunity for me. I was quite stressed leading into this, but you all showed up in a great way with your conversation and your feedback. Thank you for trusting me. I know that you're ready to go, and I know that all of you in your own way will text, call, or email me pretty soon. But thank you, and this is great for us to continue the great work that you all have started. So thank you again.
Thank you. Now we'll accept a motion by Mr. Holston, second.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.